Chapter 610, You Either Leave or Fight. Chapter 610, You Either Leave or Fight. When Lin Ming first swallowed a demon godbone, the demon godbone had fused together with the heavenly demon force field. This had been countered with the nameless divine pill that had been refined from a nirvana dragon root. With the energies together, it was a complete coincidence that their combined powers were able to completely open the gate of healing. From this alone, one could see that a single demon godbone was somewhat inferior to the nameless divine pill refined from a nirvana dragon root. However, it had to be said that regardless of whether it was Xing Tian or High Lord Hian's demon godbones, they had all come from the surrounding area of the eternal demon abyss and were also the most common and ordinary level of demon godbones. But within the eternal demon abyss, there were actually higher-grade demon godbones. There were completely legendary objects. It was almost impossible for anyone to get their hands on them. Lin Ming browsed through the jade slips that High Lord Hian had left behind. Besides some top cultivation methods, there was a single jade slip that caught his attention. The contents within were actually a record of the eternal demon abyss. Eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming muttered. Mysterious lands always attracted eager people that desired to explore, especially a place like the eternal demon abyss, which contained seemingly infinite resources as well as countless dangerous and fatal traps. There were even some emperor powerhouses that, when their time was about to come to an end, would choose enter the eternal demon abyss. They not only wanted to find their own lucky chance but also longed to decipher that mystical land. They wanted to see with their own eyes just what was within the eternal demon abyss. Sinking his mind into the jade slip, the first thing that appeared within Lin Ming's mind was a map. This was a map of the eternal demon abyss. On this map, the 12 sky-split towers were marked with red dots, and underneath these 12 sky-split towers was the tens of thousands of miles wide eternal demon abyss. This part of the eternal demon abyss map was completely blank. But several thousand miles around the eternal demon abyss periphery, there were detailed signs, careful descriptions of dangerous zones, locations, spots, all meticulously portrayed and annotated. In addition, there was even a mark on the map that indicated where it was easy to find demon god bones. If one wanted to explore the eternal demon abyss, the value of this map as a reference point was unimaginable. Below all of this was all sorts of varied lore about the eternal demon abyss. Its contents were similar to what Lin Ming already knew. For tens of thousands of years, every single character that entered the eternal demon abyss, regardless of whether they were peerless geniuses or emperor powerhouses, everyone would die there with no exception. Let alone the inside of the eternal demon abyss, even 1,000 miles around the edges was a restricted death zone. Anyone that entered would die. All martial artists that wanted to explore the eternal demon abyss, including even high lords, had to be at least 1,000 miles from the edge of the eternal demon abyss, or sometimes even 2,000 miles away. The closer one approached to the eternal demon abyss, the higher grade of demon godbones there would be, but the dangers would also be correspondingly greater and the chances of dying there that much higher. According to the records within this jade slip, in just this last millennium, over 170 high lords have died within the eternal demon abyss. Every time the eternal demon abyss opens, there would be 1 or 2 high lords that die. Lin Ming was shocked as he saw the data within High Lord Hian's jade slip. Every time that the eternal demon abyss opened, high lords would personally go, and the reason for this was those high-grade demon godbones. For a character on the level of a normal heavenly demon 7-star, their strength was far worse compared to a high lord. They could only stay in the extreme periphery. Finding 1 or 2 ordinary demon godbones was already considered very good for them. To find anything of a higher grade was simply impossible. With 12 sky-split towers, that would mean there were around 150 high lords. Every time the eternal demon abyss opened, 1 or 2 would die. That would also mean that the fatality rate of these high lords was around 1%. This wasn't a too exaggerated fatality rate. On the road of martial arts, if one was too afraid to take risks, then they might as well not practice martial arts and peacefully pass away from old age while enjoying themselves. Eternal demon abyss, if there's a chance, I want to go too. Lin Ming was very much interested in exploring this land where so many risks and chances coexisted together. Of course, He absolutely didn't dare to enter into the 1,000-mile death zone surrounding the edge of the eternal demon abyss. He didn't think that his life was much sturdier than those of ancient emperor-level powerhouses. As Lin Ming continued to read through the jade slip, it also described how the eternal demon abyss erupted. It seemed that every several dozens of years, the eternal demon abyss would also erupt once like a volcano, spitting out a massive amount of infernal energy as well as some hidden caches of demon god bones from within the eternal demon abyss. For the last several tens of thousands of years, people had searched the extreme outer edges of the eternal demon abyss for these scattered demon god bones, all of them having come from the eruption of the eternal demon abyss. After every one of these special eruptions, the martial artists that entered the eternal demon abyss would have much greater harvests. Of course, the risks would be higher too. Because after the eternal demon abyss erupted, that restless and vibrant energy and some strange life forms would form various danger spots, areas where one's bones wouldn't even be left over. And in these cases of eruptions, the map would have massive changes to it. The old map would no longer be useful and one could only form a new map. This also meant that it was easier for people to randomly stumble into these danger zones. It could be said that in the last 1,000 years, of the over 170 High Lords that had died, over half of these deaths were because of the eruption of the eternal demon abyss. As Lin Ming finished reading through the jade slip, at this moment, a bright light flashed in his room, a sound then floating into Lin Ming's mind. "I am High Lord Bloodfire. Young hero Lin, please follow the servants to the 4th floor. 4th floor? Lin Ming's mind stirred. The 4th floor was the exclusive residency of Skysplit Tower's High Lords. All remaining 11 High Lords were situated there. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then left his practice area. Just outside of Lin Ming's practice area, a pair of beautiful Fey maids were already waiting. These two beautiful girls were the same height and both their stature and appearance could not be any more perfect. Their cultivation was also at the Hutian realm. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, if there was ever a girl that could be so young and have a Hutian realm cultivation while having such a perfect appearance, then they would be the most proud amongst all proud women. However, within Skysplit Tower, they were actually nothing more than maids. "Sir High Lord, we are here to lead you to the 4th floor and fulfill any desire you have," a young Fey girl said in a soft lilting voice. "Lead the way." Lin Ming's voice was calm and indifferent. The 3rd and 4th floors of Skysplit Tower were also connected by a transmission array. In this white hazy transmission array, one needed a token to enter. As Lin Ming reached this transmission array, he stopped and began to patiently study it. As he thought, it was undoubtedly an ancient transmission array. It stemmed from the same foundation as the realm of the gods' transmission arrays. Seeing this familiar transmission array, Lin Ming was much more relieved. This way, at least he wouldn't be trapped on the 4th floor. His fleeting golden rock shattering the void movement technique combined with this ancient transmission array meant that he was confident that even if several High Lords sieged him together, he would still be able to safely withdraw. With a step inside, a light flashed. In the next moment, Lin Ming and the two Fey maids arrived at Skysplit Tower's 4th floor. The legendary Road of Emperor was also here. As he was led through a dimly lit corridor, the maids finally brought Lin Ming before a towering and sumptuous grand temple. The gate of this temple was over 100 feet tall and there were all sorts of ancient and mysterious runes carved into it. It was unknown just what material it was formed from. As Lin Ming arrived at this great temple, the gates opened, making grinding noises as if the structure couldn't resist its own vast weight. Past the gate, there were 10 people in black robes, all of them uniformly wearing black cloaks. Some were tall, some were short, and all of them were sitting at a long black table. With the 10 people gathered together, the aura they emitted could be called terrifying. And this aura was completed aimed towards Lin Ming alone. Lin Ming's mind went cold. The heavenly demon martial intent immediately erupted, offsetting the pressure from this combined aura. His body only shook for a split second, but he hadn't taken a single step back. Without a doubt, these 10 black-robed individuals were all High Lords of Skysplit Tower. Facing Lin Ming, they were only subconsciously emitting their aura in order to frighten him. Only 10 of them. Isn't there another High Lord? Lin Ming was puzzled. He swept over these 10 individuals. Of these 10, There was a pretty significant gap in strength between all of them. There were even some people that were unfathomably deep. Lin Ming had to admit that he wasn't their match at this moment. Heroes truly come from the young. A black-robed man sitting in the first seat laughed, his voice deep and loud. High Lord Evil God, is that your title? Lin Ming calmly said, titles are meaningless to me. Feel free to call me what you will. The black-robed man speaking was without a doubt the strongest powerhouse amongst the 10 High Lords here. Lin Ming had to confess that he didn't have the slightest chance of defeating him. Good. I like your straightforward attitude. I don't want to play games with you. I'll ask you now, are you willing to leave Skysplit Tower? Lin Ming frowned. You are a 10-winged heavenly demon and I am 10-winged heavenly demon. Why do you want me to leave Skysplit Tower? Is it only because I am a human? Do you think that this Skysplit Tower only belongs to you Goliaths and giant demons? Hee. It's not only because you're a human. The black-robed man in the first seat stood up, his deep and dark eyes like stars in the night. I allow you to leave because those have been the rules of Skysplit Tower for the last 10,000 years. Skysplit Tower does not allow the existence of 12-winged heavenly demons. But you, if you are freely allowed to grow as you wish, then in another year or two we might not even be your match anymore. When that day comes, who can prevent you from obtaining 12 wings? This is a lesson that was learnt from the 8-4 War Emperor. Once is already more than enough. We do not wish for any volatile factors to appear which threaten the status of Skysplit Tower. Lin Ming sneered, not speaking. In the end, it seemed that the current rules of Skysplit Tower had already taken the entire Blood Slaughter Steppes as their own property. Indeed, with the ability to amass such a massive amount of resources and wealth, as well as numerous high-level practice areas, who would not be moved by these? If the Blood Slaughter Steppes didn't contain a mystical force that killed all high-level martial artists that stepped into here, then this land would have already been aimed at by the many Emperor-level powerhouses and holy lands of the Holy Demon Continent. At that time, an unrivaled great war would erupt over the Blood Slaughter Steppes, and the Blood Slaughter Steppes would eventually be carved up by the victors. And such a war would probably erupt every 1,000 years, causing the land to be redistributed again. Now, because of all these strange and secretive rules of the Blood Slaughter Steppes forming a pattern, in a sense, the current Blood Slaughter Steppes had become a special sort of sect. As for these High Lords, they were the same as the sect elders. I can leave. I had no intention of becoming a High Lord to begin with, nor do I want to stay in the Blood Slaughter Steppes for a long time. I only want to stay in the Blood Slaughter Steppes for another 3 months and then enter the Road of Emperor. After I come out, I will immediately leave. Lin Ming already made deep concessions. With his current strength, coming into direct confrontation with the Blood Slaughter Steppes was not wise or rational. It had to be known that the Blood Slaughter Steppes didn't have just the polar Skysplit Tower, but also 11 other Skysplit Towers. There were simply masters all around. Hee. The black-robed man smiled. I'm sorry, but it's impossible for me to agree to your request. You can either choose to leave now, or you can choose to fight with me. Chapter 611, Skysplit Towers Tower Master. Chapter 611, Skysplit Towers Tower Master. Either choose to leave now or chose to fight with the 10 High Lords. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, his right hand subconsciously tracing his spatial ring. Under the watchful eyes of everyone on the 3rd floor, none of these people dared to do anything to Lin Ming. But on the 4th floor, if a fight broke out, the martial artists on the 3rd floor wouldn't necessarily know. Don't be so nervous. When I say fight, I mean a match on the martial arena stage. Unless I'm forced far enough, I won't resort to doing something so silly like breaking the established rules. The black-robed person slowly said. The implicit meaning behind his words was that if Lin Ming insisted on staying in Skysplit Tower and insisted on entering the Road of Emperor, then he wouldn't hesitate to break the rules of Skysplit Tower and ruin its reputation to kill Lin Ming. Martial arena battle. Lin Ming fell into a silence. He wasn't so brazenly confident to the degree that he felt he was invincible within polar Skysplit Tower. Not to mention a potential continuous revolving fight, he didn't even feel fully confident he could defeat this black-robed man in front of him. The black-robed man's eyes studied Lin Ming, his starry eyes seeming as if they could completely understand him. Lin Ming, if I'm not wrong, That energy field that you're emitting from your body is a kind of martial intent related to the heavenly demon force field. Lin Ming's mind went cold. This old fox had extraordinary eyesight. He had actually seen through everything with a glance. The black-robed man didn't know that one could obtain the Azura force field after completing the entire King's Cage, but he had seen the Death God force field before, which was one held by all 12 winged heavenly demons. Both of them had similarities, so he had naturally noticed it. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before frankly admitting it. Yes. The black-robed man smirked. Although I haven't obtained the heavenly demon martial intent myself, I do still have some understandings about it. I don't know how you managed to obtain this sort of force field, but what I do know is that you only gained it after you entered Skysplit Tower. This martial intent has similarities with the heavenly demon martial intent. The more martial intents a martial artist receives, the more powerful they become, especially if they can fuse them together. Your martial intent and the heavenly demon martial intent are similar. I do not believe that you don't desire to obtain the heavenly demon martial intent and then fuse them as one, but to obtain the heavenly demon martial intent, you have to first become a 12-winged heavenly demon. This is the absolute taboo. Thus, do not be so delusional to think you will enter the road of Emperor. The black-robed man's antagonizing words relentlessly barraged Lin Ming, leaving him no wiggle room. Now was the time to deal with Lin Ming. If Lin Ming entered the road of Emperor, the black-robed man didn't have the slightest belief that he would be able to defeat Lin Ming. When that time came, nobody in Polar Skysplit Tower would be Lin Ming's match and no one would be able to stop him from becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon. Lin Ming, you killing Heian was through a mutually agreed life or death battle. Since it is in line with Skysplit Tower's rules, I won't pursue the matter any further, but, if you do not leave Skysplit Tower today, I won't be polite anymore. As the black-robed man spoke, he took a single step forwards. His aura suddenly erupted into a blood-red flame around him, making it appear as if he had caught on fire. This black-robed man was High Lord Bloodfire, and his title had come from the cultivation method that he practiced as well as the bloody flames that surrounded him. When Lin Ming had killed Shui Man on the second floor, he had seen an image of High Lord Bloodfire in a jade slip of his. Even though Shui Man was an extremely cruel and proud person, when he mentioned High Lord Bloodfire he did so with the utmost respect. This was a respect that came from the bones, and even from fear. Now it looked like High Lord Bloodfire was one of the stronger High Lords. No wonder Shui Man had feared him so. The entire hall's atmosphere was grim, everyone tensed for action. Lin Ming lightly traced his spatial ring as he revolved his true essence. If he couldn't enter the road of Emperor or even become a 12-winged heavenly demon, then the heavenly demon martial intent would be lacking 2 forms. How could he even think of fusing them anymore? If you are willing to leave Skysplit Tower, then I can also compensate you. High Lord Bloodfire took a step back. Towards a character like Lin Ming, he felt an extremely deep dread. If he couldn't kill Lin Ming and instead provoked him, then it was possible that he would have offended the Holy Demon Continent's future top powerhouse. In that case, High Lord Bloodfire wouldn't ever be able to sleep in peace. Lin Ming frowned. Naturally, he wasn't willing to accept these conditions. At this moment, a brilliant flame lit up in the hall. In the darkness it was especially radiant. This was a sound-transmitting talisman. As High Lord Bloodfire received this sound-transmitting talisman, he was immediately startled. He began to look Lin Ming up and down with some puzzlement in his eyes. Lin Ming, the Chief High Lord has agreed to allow you to enter the Road of Emperor, but you will need to fulfill a condition. Chief High Lord. Lin Ming was surprised. Who was the Chief High Lord? Was he Polar Skysplit Tower's Chief High Lord? Or the 12 Skysplit Towers' Chief High Lord? High Lord Bloodfire said, the Chief High Lord is my Polar Skysplit Tower's Tower Master. He is also one of the 12 High Lords. Several hours ago he was already returning to Polar Skysplit Tower. He should arrive in another incense stick of time or so. So that's how it was. Lin Ming had already noticed that there were only 10 High Lords here. Counting the already deceased High Lord Heian, there was still another High Lord missing. So, the one that wasn't here was actually Skysplit Tower's Tower Master. Thinking of this, Lin Ming turned vigilant. If High Lord Bloodfire was already so strong, Then what degree of strength would the polar skysplit tower's tower master be at? In front of such a person? Lin Ming's mind chilled. He asked, "What condition does he want me to agree to?" "I'm not sure. You'll need to speak face to face with the Chief High Lord." High Lord Bloodfire said, expressionless. Lin Ming's eyebrows twisted together tightly. High Lord Bloodfire only sat in his seat, not speaking a single word. A deep silence fell over the hall. In another half-incense stick of time, a sound-transmitting talisman lit up the hall again. High Lord Bloodfire rose from his seat and said, "Come with me. Sir Chief High Lord wishes to see you now." "Chief High Lord." Lin Ming remained silent. An uneasy feeling filled his heart. This nervousness, this anxiety, it all stemmed from his lack of strength. Before now, when he talked to Dagu about Skysplit Tower and the Eternal Demon Abyss, Dagu hadn't known that Polar Skipslit Tower had a tower master. Dagu had once said that Fengshen was able to compare to a weaker High Lord. These words had made Lin Ming subconsciously think that the strength of the 12 High Lords wasn't out of his reach. When he rushed out of the king's cage and also broke through to the 8 inner hidden gates in the meantime, Lin Ming had great confidence in his own strength. This was the only reason he had willingly agreed to a revolving battle with Yang Kai, Kai Yang, and Moha, even following that with killing High Lord Heian. Within Polar Skysplit Tower, strength was everything. When Lin Ming had killed High Lord Heian, that had created a great deterrent for anyone plotting against him. In this case, Lin Ming believed that although he couldn't defeat some of the High Lords, he would still be able to escape, freely coming and going. However, he never imagined that the disparity in strength between Skysplit Tower's 12 High Lords was so great. The weak were around Fengshen, and the strong were strong to a ridiculous degree. High Lord Heian's cultivation was equal to the human middle revolving core realm, and his strength approached the start of life destruction. But, the chief High Lord of the 12 High Lords probably had a cultivation approaching life destruction, and his strength was likely far above a first-stage life destruction master. In the face of such a person, it was impossible for Lin Ming to be at ease. "What? You don't want to enter the Road of Emperor?" High Lord Bloodfire's lips curved up in an interested smirk. Sir Chief High Lord was originally cultivating at the Bloodslaughter Divine Temple, but, for you, he especially hurried back to Polar Skysplit Tower, and yet you don't dare to see him? High Lord Bloodfire was trying to stir up Lin Ming. Towards these childish tactics of trying to rankle him, Lin Ming didn't care. It was just that the current situation was. Lin Ming turned his head to see that the surrounding 9 other High Lords had also risen from their seats. Although they seemed to just be casually standing there, if Lin Ming really tried to run out now, then these 9 High Lords would be able to instantly cut off Lin Ming. With the elusive and fleeting concept of space, Lin Ming had some confidence that he would be able to escape this hall. But the problem was there was still an unfathomably powerful tower master somewhere. Lin Ming took a deep breath, all sorts of possible scenarios racing through his mind. "He promises that I can enter the Road of Emperor as long as I agree to a condition." What sort of condition is that? Lin Ming wasn't naive enough to think that Polar Skysplit Tower's tower master recognized his abilities and wanted him to enter the Road of Emperor. Then, this condition was very intriguing. Could it be to sign a soul contract? If he didn't agree, what would happen then? The best case was that Lin Ming would be forced to leave Skysplit Tower, and the worst case was that he would immediately be attacked. In this situation, Lin Ming felt that his chances of escaping through 4 floors was very slim. Crap. Lin Ming couldn't help but admit that he had underestimated the strength of the 12 High Lords. The reason he had made such an erroneous judgment was because of his conversation with Dagu, as well as the fact that the 8-4 Emperor became a 12-winged heavenly demon. Without a doubt, the 8-4 Emperor of the past was weaker than Lin Ming, and his talent was also inferior. By all reasoning, if the 8-4 Emperor could become a 12-winged heavenly demon, then it shouldn't be too difficult for Lin Ming too. But, the sudden developments had gone beyond his imagination. Just how had the 8-4 Emperor become a 12-winged heavenly demon? Lin Ming couldn't imagine how. In this case, with resistance at every step, the plotting of the High Lords once becoming an 8-winged heavenly demon, and even the Tower Master who was above the High Lords, just who could grow to a 12-winged heavenly demon in this situation? Lin Ming, What's going on? You don't want to go? High Lord Bloodfire said in a joking manner, do you want the Tower Master to come looking for you instead? Lin Minute stroked his spatial ring, connecting his sense to the purple comet spear inside. He wasn't in the habit of putting his fate in the hands of others. Today, he wouldn't enter the Road of Emperor, nor would he become a 12-winged heavenly demon. Then he could only wait until the day he reached the revolving core realm and then return to the Bloodslaughter steps. He didn't believe that at that time anyone could still stop him. Hehe, little boy, you're quite the wary one, eh? Another High Lord said. The giant demon who spoke was High Lord Shengong. He had been Xing Tian's boss. Lin Ming looked at High Lord Shengong, a cold light flashing in his eyes. But at this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded out in Lin Ming's mind, go with him. Go and see that sky-split Tower Master. Millimeter? Lin Ming was shocked. Demon Shine. The damage to your soul has recovered? Lin Ming asked, pleasantly surprised. Demon Shine had been deeply sleeping within his spiritual sea. The two of them didn't need to use a true essence sound transmission and could directly communicate with each other. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming had been in the Holy Demon Continent for nearly 2 years now. Demon Shine had been sleeping this entire time, so he had nearly forgotten about him. I've recovered, hey, Demon Shine malevolently chuckled, a wicked flavor in his voice. Now that I mention it, this sky-split tower's rich infernal energy is really suitable for healing this saint's wounds. There's also that heavenly demon tattoo, now that's the good stuff. It was really beneficial to this saint's soul. Boy, you absolutely have to become a 12-winged heavenly demon. Escaping now doesn't suit the awesome style of this saint. Chapter 6:12, The Only Way Out of This Desperate Situation. Chapter 6:12, The Only Way Out of This Desperate Situation. The heavenly demon tattoo is helpful to you? Lin Ming asked, puzzled. Hehehe, this saint is originally a demonic cultivator and the heavenly demon tattoo can condense infernal energy. The more demon wings there are, the more infernal energy there is, and the better the effects are. Of course it's a great help to this saint. This saint already woke up a year ago, but because the infernal energy here is so rich, this saint chose return to a sleeping state in order to slowly recover my strength. This saint also has a general understanding of what has happened for the past year. A 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo is absolutely something that you cannot miss out on. This saint is depending on it to help recover strength. If you run now, then the heavenly demon tattoo will slowly dissipate and all that effort for the last year or two will be completely wasted. The two of them were directly communicating using their souls. Although there was a very complex conversation happening between them, all of this happened in just a brief moment. Lin Ming eagerly asked, what level has your soul force been restored to? Demon Shine smugly smiled and said, this saint's soul force has been restored to about the standard I was at when I was sucked into the space of the magic cube. The same standard as when you were sucked into the magic cube space? Lin Ming was startled. This old dog was probably also some character when he still traveled the realm of the gods. Although Lin Ming thought of him as just a dog, since Demon Shine was able to follow the Demon Emperor, he probably had some skill. According to the old dog's own boasting, he used to be a 3-headed demonic divine hound with the title of Hallowed Lord Demon Shine, even successfully building up an invincible diamond divine body to the large success stage. But afterwards, his divine body was destroyed and his soul was sucked into the divine crystal magic cube. Of his trinity of consciousness, now there was only a single one left over. 3 heads had then become one. Originally Demon Shine had been nothing but an incomplete soul, and after being sealed within the magic cube for countless years and constantly worn down over time, the weakness of his soul force could be imagined. But now Demon Shine had said that his soul force was restored to the point just before the magic cube had destroyed him. Although his soul was still incomplete, it should still be quite terrifying. Can you handle Polari's Tower's Tower Master? Lin Ming fervently asked. If this was so, then this could really be called seeing a ray of hope after being pushed to a dead end. Demon Shine shook his head. Nope, not possible. Then you want me to walk to my own death? Lin Ming was left speechless. This damn old dog kept giving him the impression that he was a lazy boaster that couldn't be counted on when it mattered. In the past weren't you called a hallowed lord within the realm of the gods? And yet you can't even deal with some small fry from the mortal world. Humph. This saint only has an incomplete soul left over without even a mortal body. Where am I supposed to have attacking power from? When this saint was at his most glorious time, with just a little sneeze from this saint, the spittle would be able to fill that so-called tower master chock full of holes. Hearing the old dog's bluster, Lin Ming almost collapsed on the spot. This fellow still had the mood to speak like this. Then what should we do now? Here this saint may not have a body and may not have any attack power, but I still have a soul. I can still help you out with my soul, for instance, when you sign the soul contract. As the old dog spoke to hear, he evilly giggled twice and said, after this saint's soul force was mostly restored, my soul perception is now much more sensitive than yours. You may not know, but of the 10 High Lords present, 2 of them have slave seals planted in their bodies. They are under the control of someone else. What? Lin Ming was immensely shocked. A slave seal and soul contract were 2 completely different things. A soul contract was when both parties would write up their requirements on a special array parchment. Afterwards, both parties would willingly leave behind a drop of blood essence and make an oath on their souls. This sort of contract normally wouldn't have requirements that were too excessive. If they were, then no one would sign it. After a martial artist signed this soul contract, they could still act according to their own will and move freely about. Not just that, but a soul contract usually had a time limit placed on it. For instance, Yang Kai and Moha both signed soul contracts for 50 years. After the 50-year deadline passed, the contract would automatically be terminated. But a slave seal was different. A slave seal was a special technique of the demonic path. It was a method used by stronger martial artists that had deep cultivations in order to control weaker martial artists. Once a slave seal was planted in their bodies, it would stay there until their master decided to take it back or the master died. Otherwise, the martial artist would be enslaved by this slave seal until the time of their death. Not only did the enslaved martial artist have no independence, but they didn't even freedom of thought. Normally, they wouldn't act any different from a normal person, but once the slave seal was activated, the enslaved person would have to completely obey their master's orders. Even if their master ordered them to die, they would do so with unblinking eyes. Who was enslaved? Lin Ming's heart chilled. Of the 12 High Lords of Skysplit Tower, 2 of them actually had a slave seal planted within them. Not just that, but it seemed that the other High Lords didn't even know that their companions had been bound with a slave seal. Who had the ability to quietly plant a slave seal within a High Lord? Could it Polar Skysplit Tower's Tower Master? What did he want to do? To Lin Ming's amazement and dismay, he discovered that the inner workings of Skysplit Tower were much more complex than he had imagined. The ones that are enslaved, one of them is High Lord Bloodfire, and the other is that old imp that was floating in the air. High Lord Bloodfire had a slave seal planted in him. Lin Ming's mind went cold. High Lord Bloodfire was the strongest powerhouse of these 10 High Lords. As for the old imp, he was actually middle-aged. It was just that imp martial artists always had wrinkled faces, so they appeared older than they were. This imp wore a domed hat and he was in a sitting position as he floated in the air, no more than 5 feet tall. This old imp looked unsightly, but Lin Ming could actually feel an immeasurably deep strength coming from his body, and his soul force was like a deep ocean, vast and mysterious. This imp was also a top master. Even if he was weaker than High Lord Bloodfire, it wouldn't be by much. In other words, the strongest of the 10 High Lords had slave seals planted within them. As for the other High Lords, the reason that they weren't controlled was most likely because of the limited slave seals one could use. If this was really done by Polar Skysplit Tower's Tower Master, then for the past many years, in order to solidify his own status and obtain the maximum amount of benefits, he had planted slave seals in these High Lords. Perhaps he had done so when these High Lords were still challengers. The Tower Master naturally didn't dare to move against someone like Feng Shen with such a formidable background, but for those like Yang Kai and Moha, they might have already been control. In the future, he could use these people to explore the eternal demon abyss. Everything that they found from there would all belong to the Tower Master. He could both consolidate his authority as well as obtain massive benefits. This was truly killing two birds with one stone. Lin Ming, if I'm guessing right, then this Tower Master wants to see you in order to control you. He obviously sees the value in your potential, and taking you for himself would be a great boon to his own power. As for you, once you're controlled, then you can forget about ever getting out. The only way would be if your cultivation is higher than his by several realms. But once he finds out that your cultivation is approaching his, he'll just command you to have your cultivation never exceed his own. Your strength will stagnate from then on, all the way until he dies and you are freed. And even then, before he dies of old age, he might try to hide his secret by killing you and you wouldn't even be able to resist. Demon Shine's words made Lin Ming's scalp tingle with dread. This sort of ending was absolutely more horrible than death. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's heart surged with a rich killing intent. If all of these conjectures were right, then he would have to kill this Tower Master in order to rid himself of all potential future threat. Demon Shine, can you eliminate the slave seal without being discovered by the Tower Master? Ho ho ho. Who do you think this saint is? Demon Shine proudly humphed. This saint is the ancestor of the demonic path. All of these demonic methods and cultivation techniques of the Holy Demon Continent are just leftover playthings from when the Demon Emperor was still here. All of these legacies keep growing worse with every generation. It's true that that saint doesn't have any attack power right now, but I have more than enough ability to play around with some soul methods. How could I possibly be found out by a little junior? In the past, when this saint was still all-powerful and shaking the foundations of the realm of the gods, that junior's grandfather from 100 generations back hadn't even been born yet. Black lines formed on Lin Ming's forehead. He was speechless. No matter how he played it, this old dog just didn't seem too reliable. But at this point, Lin Ming could only believe him. In this desperate situation, he had to keep trying no matter what. Boy, what's with that look? With this saint here, I guarantee you that I can lead that Tower Master to run circles. At that time, you can secretly rebel. Just act as if you've fallen for his trap and play dumb and no one will suspect you. Slowly, that silly fellow will relax his guard around you and even allow you to enter the Road of Emperor. As long as you can wait it out for a year or so, make some great successes in the Road of Emperor and have your cultivation break through to the revolving core realm, then you can easily kill that fellow and become a 12-winged heavenly demon. At that point, the death god martial intent will be yours. As long as you have a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, then the mystical force of the blood slaughter steps will not kill you and you can return to Skysplit Tower whenever you want. Wait until the time that your cultivation is high enough, re-enter the Road of Emperor, reach the end in a single go and finally obtain the Prime Emperor martial intent. Then, with the complete 3 major martial intents of Azura, Death God, and Prime Emperor, if you confuse them, it will become your greatest killing move. Holy shit! How great would that be? Even this saint would be jealous of you then. Demonshine's depiction had turned the impossible into the possible. At present, Lin Ming was too weak. In a situation where he was surrounded by enemies on all sides, this was the only way to simultaneously obtain all 3 different martial intent. Originally, even Lin Ming had believed that it was nearly impossible to obtain the 3 different forms of martial intents. Now, he could finally see a path opening before him. Demon Shine, if this plan works out, then I swear to you that I will help you reform your mortal body in the future. Hehe, boy, I'm glad to see you still have a conscience. To be honest, this saint also sees that you have a bit of potential in your future. If I train you well enough, then you might be able to reach the lowest standards that this saint was at back in the day, so of course, I will do my best to raise you. Certainly, in the future, if you really have the ability to help me recover to how I was when my soul was sealed, then that will be enough. Lin Ming laughed, no longer caring about Demonshine's boasts. Different situations called for different measures. Perhaps this might actually be a great lucky chance for him instead. Lin Ming, are you going to go or not? Where did all your bluster just now go to? The Tower Master came back to see you, and yet you don't dare to see him? High Lord Bloodfire's taunting voice sounded out in Lin Ming's ear, interrupting the soul exchange that he was having with Demon Shine. This entire exchange just now had only lasted a mere 10 breaths of time. Lin Ming deeply looked at High Lord Bloodfire, his eyes now containing a trace of pity and compassion. This High Lord Bloodfire seemed like a normal person, but in truth he was nothing more than a puppet. As long as he was in the presence of the Tower Master, he would be absolutely servile. Towards this type of person, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't argue back, or even hold grudges. "Let's go, lead the way. Millimeter." High Lord Bloodfire looked at Lin Ming with surprise, a tiny, undetectable smile appearing on his lips. This boy was truly stupid to the extreme. But even so, being able to become a servant of Sir Chief High Lord was also a form of honor. Chapter 613, Demon Shine, Go. Chapter 613, Demon Shine, Go. Traveling along the dark corridor, all the way into the deepest depths of the 4th floor, High Lord Bloodfire finally arrived in front of a shadowy temple. As he opened the door, there was only a gently creaking sound as it swung open. The darkness within that temple hall was like the endless maw of a ravenous beast. "If you please, High Lord Evil God," High Lord Bloodfire said with a twisted smile. Behind him, several other High Lords followed, faintly cutting off Lin Ming's escape paths. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before Demon Shine's voice sounded out in his mind, "Go in, they don't matter." As Lin Ming stepped inside, his field of vision completely darkened. Creak. The door leading in slammed shut. Lin Ming felt as if he had fallen into a completely separate dimension. There was no sound, no light, nothing at all. "Don't worry. Everything you're seeing is an illusion, including this great hall and even the door into here. In fact, when you entered through the door you actually passed into an illusory magic array arranged by that old fellow. Look, that old fellow is standing right in front of you at this moment. He wants to take advantage of the moment when you're startled and plant a slave seal in you." Illusory magic array? Lin Ming's mind stirred. He was very familiar with array formations, and he also had the samsara martial intent to defend his mind. It wasn't impossible for him to destroy this array and break out of here. "Calm down, don't break this array, otherwise that old fellow will think that the illusory magic array isn't enough to deal with you. It will be troublesome if he tries to hold you down himself. Just fidget a little like you're struggling here, and then we'll put together a good play for him." Millimeter. Lin Ming nodded, immediately calming down. But at this moment, there was a screaming noise as a trident-holding 10-winged heavenly demon appeared out of thin air and rushed towards him. Lin Ming's eyes filled with a hint of believable panic. He thrust out his spear, chasing thunder. The power of thunder was particularly potent in dealing with ghosts and illusions. With a scratching sound, the 10-winged heavenly demon turned into a wisp of black smoke that quickly faded away. In the chaos of fear and confusion you can still defend your mind. Indeed worthy of being a titled Azura. Outside of this illusory magic array, around 100 feet away from Lin Ming, a black-cloaked man was quietly muttering to himself. His eyes were as deep as the stars in the night sky, and from his appearance, he wasn't from any specific race. Instead, he seemed like a hybrid of a giant demon and Goliath. Of the Blood Slaughter Stepp's 12 sky-split towers, he was the Tower Master of Polari's Tower, High Lord Limitless Demon. "Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low to break through this 10,000 devouring ghost array formation. When these 10,000 ghosts overcome your mind, you are mine." Within the illusory magic array, more and more ghostly 10-winged heavenly demons were appearing at an increasingly faster pace. Not only were there 10-winged heavenly demons, but there were even some massive 12-winged heavenly demons mixed in. It was becoming difficult for Lin Ming to deal with. Puff. With a light sound, Lin Ming finally wasn't able to avoid the attack of a 12-winged heavenly demon. A wisp of soul force pierced into Lin Ming's spiritual sea like a needle. Lin Ming grimaced. He revolved the samsara martial intent and twisted this wisp of soul force into pieces. But then, the other heavenly demon ghosts followed this up with a barrage of attacks. "Ha ha ha. So what if you're the #1 talent of the last 10,000 years, you'll still become my faithful dog. I'm really looking forward to your growth. During the trip to the eternal demon abyss, you will be my best tool. Soul Slave Seal, go." The middle-aged man squeezed his fingers and formed a pitch-black seal. With a flick, it shot straight towards Lin Ming. This seal was mixed into the attacks of a 12-winged heavenly demon, It was impossible for Lin Ming to find. Millimeter? You've broken my soul seal. Good. Very good. I like you more and more. Such a fierce tiger is truly worth taming. Soul Slave Seal, 3 as 1, go. The middle-aged man flicked his fingers and 3 black seals flew towards Lin Ming. Taking advantage of a 12-winged heavenly demon's attacks, they rushed into Lin Ming's body. The 3 seals mixed together as one. During this, Lin Ming intentionally weakened the defense of his samsara martial intent. Ka. 2 of the 3 black slave seals were twisted apart, leaving only one that soared towards Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Demon Shine, it's your turn. Hee, all right. These past years, a bond of trust had formed between Lin Ming and Demon Shine. The first reason for this was because their common interests aligned, and the second reason was because of the frightening deterrence of the main soul within the magic cube. Because of this, Demon Shine had long since discarded any thoughts of swallowing Lin Ming's spiritual sea. As the seal flew into the skies above Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine turned into a 3-headed demonic divine hound that rushed out from the spiritual sea. Only in this soul world was Demon Shine able to maintain his most mighty and valiant appearance. Demon Shine roared and separated a mass of pure soul energy from his own body. This soul energy rapidly turned in a ball of light in the air. Puff! The black slave seal sank into this ball of light, instantly turning it pitch black. This saint has separated a piece of soul energy to create a miniature replica of your spiritual sea. Once this slave seal is planted into this replica spiritual sea, it won't be able to affect you in any way. As long as you don't try to rashly disturb this slave seal, that old fellow will never know what happened. As for those orders that he sends to you through this slave seal, I will reiterate them to you and you can act along. Understood. To use a portion of his soul force to create a fake spiritual sea in order to deceive the Tower Master, Lin Ming couldn't help but admire Demon Shine's methods. Although this old dog boasted a bit too much of his past exploits, when he was in the realm of the gods, he was still someone that had qualified to participate in the encirclement of the verdant feather holy lands. Although his current soul body was injured, dealing with someone from the mortal world whose strength was in the earliest stage of life destruction was too easy for him. The illusory magic array slowly faded. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a bit of a confused color. Haha, congratulations to Sir Chief High Lord for obtaining another general. High Lord Bloodfire said from outside the illusory magic array. Millimeter Bloodfire, you've done well this time. 3 years later, the eternal demon abyss should reopen again. When that time comes, I will allow you and Lin Ming to accompany me to the 1,000-mile perimeter of the eternal demon abyss. Yes, Chief High Lord. Is it time to allow Lin Ming to enter the Road of Emperor now? Bloodfire thoughtfully asked. Lin Ming's mind stirred at these words. Road of Emperor. Although he was faking being controlled, Lin Ming still didn't like this situation. He simply didn't like being forced to follow the whims and mercy of others. Right now, what he was thinking of was to enter the Road of Emperor as soon as possible and obtain the highest level of strength that he could. He could then end these matters within the Blood Slaughter Steppes and return to Sky Spill Continent. The situation of the Sky Spill Continent caused Lin Ming to worry endlessly. In a flash, almost 2 years had passed. How were Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan doing? Was Divine Phoenix Island able to persist until now? When Lin Ming first left the Sky Spill Continent, his cultivation had only been at the early Xiantian realm and his strength was comparable to a normal peak early revolving core powerhouse. As for killing Lei Jingtian, a large reason for that was because of the suppression of the demon god Imperial Palace's laws. It couldn't really be considered his true ability. Now, Lin Ming's cultivation had reached the extreme Xiantian and he had also made breakthroughs in other areas. His strength was on the verge of being at the life destruction realm. As long as he could break through to revolving core, Lin Ming had confidence he could defeat a first-stage life destruction powerhouse, or even kill them. Only by reaching revolving core could Lin Ming return to the Sky Spill Continent. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to return. And the Road of Emperor was the fastest shortcut to making a breakthrough in his strength. Although Lin Ming wasn't sure if he could reach the revolving core realm within, his strength would surely be increased by a great deal. Even if he couldn't break through to revolving core, There was the high chance he would finally become strong enough to fight with a first-stage life destruction master. Road of Emperor. Polar Skysplit Tower's Tower Master hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Lin Ming and said, "Do you want to enter the Road of Emperor?" Lin Ming expressionlessly replied, "I naturally desire to enter the Road of Emperor, but I shall follow the commands of Chief High Lord." The Tower Master shook his head and said, "Wait another 2 or 3 years for the Road of Emperor. It's still too early as of now." 2 or 3 years. Lin Ming was dismayed. In 2 or 3 years, he estimated that he would be able to quickly break through to revolving core during this period. But, the Tower Master would likely closer monitor his cultivation. He wouldn't allow him to make a breakthrough so easily. If he couldn't enter the Road of Emperor, then there was also no meaning in staying at Skysplit Tower. This old fox is too damn cautious. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine was vulgarly cussing. Did he discover something unusual? Humph, if the fake spiritual sea that this saint created could be so easily unraveled by this sort of junior, then this saint might as well die right now. What he fears is the speed of your growth. He is afraid that if you grow too fast and your strength surpasses him too far, then at that time he won't be able to control you. Lin Minute took a deep breath. Whilst being in Polar Skysplit Tower for the last 1 or 2 years, it was truly filled with layer upon layer of obstructions. He really couldn't imagine how the 8-4 War Emperor had once become a 12-winged heavenly demon. Demon Shine seemed to know what Lin Ming was thinking and said, "According to this saint's speculation, when the 8-4 War Emperor was here, there still wasn't a unified management organized, nor was there anyone that tried to stop the birth of a 12-winged heavenly demon. Or else, let alone the 8-4 War Emperor becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon, he would be lucky if he was able to leave Skysplit Tower alive." These past years, the Blood Slaughter Steps had been doing everything in their power to avoid the birth of a 12-winged heavenly demon. For Lin Ming, a single person, to resist the 12 Skysplit Towers, the hurdles he faced could be imagined. Lin Ming, starting from today, go practice on the 3rd floor. Remember, without my order you cannot break through to the revolving core realm. High Lord Limitless Demon icily issued an order before turning to leave. Lin Ming responded with silence, frowning as he left. Entering the Road of Emperor was far more difficult than he had imagined. Lin Ming, don't be so restless. Although you can't enter the Road of Emperor now, at least you can still stay in Polar Skysplit Tower and practice. As long as your strength slowly rises, then all problems will be easily solved. As for this Polaris Tower Master, it's impossible for him to always be checking up on your cultivation. If I'm right, then he can't stay in Polar Skysplit Tower for too long. He will likely need to go to the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple that was mentioned and be supervised there. Otherwise, even this Tower Master might have the chance of becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon. This is something that the Supreme Ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steps will absolutely not allow. As soon as Demon Shine spoke, Lin Ming's mind moved. Indeed, this Polaris Tower Master was already a peak 10-winged heavenly demon. If he wanted to, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to become a 12-winged heavenly demon. This sort of event would naturally not be allowed to happen. The rules of the Blood Slaughter Steps were truly strict. There were even layers of rules aimed at limiting the Tower Masters. Demon Shine, even if Polaris Tower's Tower Master doesn't notice my cultivation, I can't wait that long. If I follow this path to break through to revolving core, then it might take another 1 or 2 years. That is simply far too late. I made a promise that I would return in 10 years, but now I can't imagine what the situation in the South Horizon region would be like in 10 years. I want to return to the South Horizon region within 3 years. Now, for time, there is only a year left. Chapter 614. The Eternal Demon Abyss Erupts. Chapter 614. The Eternal Demon Abyss Erupts. Sir Evil God, these blood demon crystals are for you. An impeccably beautiful Fey girl was kneeling in front of Lin Ming, offering up a tray with her hands. A jade box rested on the tray, and within the jade box was the small amount of top-grade blood demon crystals that a High Lord would receive every 2 months. 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye since Lin Ming became a High Lord. After he faked having the slave seal planted in his body, his days at Skysplit Tower had become peaceful. There were no more High Lords plotting against him again. Lin Ming had become a true and recognized High Lord of Skysplit Tower. Now, wherever he moved in the 4th floor, every servant would have to bow or kneel to him as he passed. I understand. You may leave now, Lin Ming calmly said, leaving behind the jade box. Yes. The young Fey girl bowed as she excused herself. Within Skysplit Tower, every High Lord had 10 such exceedingly beautiful, top-quality Fey girls under their command, rigorously serving them. If the High Lords wanted, they could freely use these girls in any manner they wished. Your cultivation has consolidated a great deal these last 2 months, hey? Demon Shine jauntily laughed from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Indeed. Although I can't enter the Road of Emperor, it's quite good to be able to enjoy the other resources of Skysplit Tower's 4th floor. Lin Ming had used these past 2 months to completely solidify his cultivation. Within the king's cage, he had broken through his limits multiple times, but his cultivation wasn't steady due to this, and he needed stability in order to slowly consolidate it. Lin Ming declared, "At most I'll wait for another half-year. If there isn't a chance for me, then I will look for my own chance to enter the Road of Emperor." Lin Ming, if you enter the Road of Emperor, then High Lord Limitless Demon will know that something happened to the slave seal in your spiritual sea. It doesn't matter whether he knows or not, Lin Ming casually said. I've already investigated the matter clearly the last 2 years. The Road of Emperor and King's Cage are similar in that they are both self-contained worlds. As long as I can enter the Road of Emperor, it doesn't matter what High Lord Limitless Demon discovers. If he wants to deal with me, then his only choice is to wait for me to come out. But at that time I may possibly be his match. You're right, but at that time, High Lord Limitless Demon might look for someone to help deal with you. Or he might set up a killing array to wait for you outside. You shouldn't take such a drastic approach until you're forced to. As Demon Shine finished speaking, the ground suddenly and violently shook. Within Lin Ming's practice area, the stone bed, furniture, everything began to tremble. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. Just what was going on? Skysplit Tower was a relic left behind by some mysterious force from the ancient times. It contained its own array formations and was extremely firm. When Lin Ming killed High Lord Heian, the profound gold arena stage had been destroyed, but there wasn't even the tiniest bit of damage to the actual 3rd floor infrastructure. Thus, one can see just how solid and stable Skysplit Tower really was. Such a sturdy Skysplit Tower could actually shake. The shaking continued, and it was even becoming more and more violent. Lin Ming was amazed. Just what was going on? Lin Ming left the practice area and discovered that the corridors, halls, roads, distant temples, and buildings, everything was shaking. The entire Skysplit Tower was swaying. Just what was this? It wasn't just Lin Ming but also Skysplit Tower's servants who were panicking. Skysplit Tower seemed ready to collapse at any moment due to these vibrations. It was at a height of tens of thousands of feet. Lin Ming wasn't sure what was happening when he just happened to see High Lord Bloodfire pass by. Brother Bloodfire, what is going on? High Lord Bloodfire actually had a joyous expression plastered on his face at this time. Brother Lin, I never thought that our lucky chance would arrive so soon. The shaking of Skysplit Tower should be because the Eternal Demon Abyss has erupted. The Eternal Demon Abyss erupted. Lin Ming paused. In a jade slip that had been left behind after High Lord Heian's death, it had recorded such eruptions of the Eternal Demon Abyss. Every several decades or even centuries, the Eternal Demon Abyss would have a large-scale eruption just like a volcano. Then, a massive amount of infernal energy would gush out. Simultaneously, some demon god bones would be thrust out of the Eternal Demon Abyss with this massive amount of infernal energy. For millennia upon millennia, the reason that people could find demon god bones at the very outer edges of the Eternal Demon Abyss was all thanks to these natural eruptions. After every eruption, those martial artists that braved the Eternal Demon Abyss would have great harvests, but correspondingly, would suffer higher risks as well. After the Eternal Demon Abyss erupted, the violent surges of energy would overflow and form various danger hotspots and death zones, causing people to die when they wandered into these places. Lin Ming also remembered that in that jade slip, it stated that in the last millennium, 170 High Lords had fallen victim to the Eternal Demon Abyss. Of these High Lords, Half of them perished because they explored the eternal demon abyss right after these eruptions. Brother Lin, the eruption of the eternal demon abyss can last for several months or even a year. During this time period, anyone who enters will die. But after the eruption ends, the eternal demon abyss will enter a stable period. When that happens, we can enter the eternal demon abyss together and seek lucky chances for Sir Chief High Lord as well as ourselves. For these following days, you should prepare for this. High Lord Bloodfire excitedly said. Seek lucky chances for the Chief High Lord. Lin Ming looked at High Lord Bloodfire with pity in his eyes. To risk his own life to look for lucky chances for others, and also to do it with such joy in his eyes, in a manner that he couldn't wait to go, was truly the horrifying nature of the slave seal. With the slave seal planted within you, it would be better to die. At this moment, 2 sound-transmitting talismans appeared in front of High Lord Bloodflame as well as Lin Ming. The contents of the messages were similar. It was about the matter of the eternal demon abyss eruption, as well as telling the two to prepare for this, increasing their strength as much as possible in order to enter the eternal demon abyss. But at the end of this sound transmission, there was some news that overjoyed Lin Ming. This was because Lin Ming was allowed to enter the Road of Emperor to increase his strength, so that he could better prepare for this journey into the eternal demon abyss. Road of Emperor. Lin Ming took a deep breath. His wait was finally over. Life was full of twists and turns. Because of the eruption of the eternal demon abyss, he finally had the chance to gain entry to the Road of Emperor. As long as he could enter the Road of Emperor, even if he couldn't break through to the revolving core realm, Lin Ming believed he wouldn't need to fear High Lord Limitless Demon anymore. Ha, Brother Lin, congratulations. As long as you are loyal to Sir Chief High Lord, he will not treat you unjustly. Do you want to prepare a bit or would you like me to bring you there now? High Lord Bloodfire had also received similar news. No need, let's go now, Lin Ming calmly said as he tamped down the rising elation in his heart. He had food and drinking water in his spatial ring, so he didn't need to make special preparations. Good. Let's go then. High Lord Bloodfire led the way. The Road of Emperor was located in the center of the 3rd floor. After journeying down several roads and corridors, they finally came to a temple. This temple was built entirely out of obsidian, and when stepping into it, it seemed as if it was a completely separate dimension. Within this temple, there were all sorts of ferocious and savage-looking demon statues. Without exception, all of these statues were 12-winged heavenly demons. And a massive blood-red altar was surrounded by these statues. This altar constantly emanated a rich infernal energy, as if it were completely carved from blood demon crystals. The entrance to the Road of Emperor is above that altar. Step onto the altar and sprinkle your blood onto it, after which you will be able to enter the Road of Emperor. Brother Lin, I wish you good luck. Chapter 6:15, Entering the Road of Emperor. Chapter 6:15, Entering the Road of Emperor. Lin Ming stepped onto the crimson altar. As he felt the thick bloody infernal energy emanating from the altar, he was secretly surprised. This altar was carved from a massive chunk of pure blood demon crystal. Not just that, but it was high-grade blood demon crystal. Within a blood demon crystal mine, they were usually found in small blocks and chunks. It was particularly rare to find such a massive hunk of blood demon crystal like this one. Lin Ming stood at the center of the altar and cut his own palm. He believed that High Lord Bloodfire wouldn't have set any traps here for him. After all, High Lord Bloodfire still believed that he had a slave seal planted within him and was completely subservient to the Tower Master's orders. Blood flowed onto the altar and was instantly absorbed into the deep crimson stone. After several breaths of time, beneath Lin Ming's feet, a massive deep red totem lit up. This was also in the pattern of a 12-winged heavenly demon. In the next moment, a radiant red light shot up into the sky, directly swallowing Lin Ming within. Infernal energy, an evil, dangerous, and brutal energy directly smashed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, followed by a massive pressure on his soul. If it wasn't for the fact that he had passed the king's cage and had already become accustomed to the heavenly demon force field, then this pressure would have caused him to nearly faint. In fact, many martial artists, including Yang Kai and Moha, would immediately faint upon first entering the Road of Emperor, only waking up after a long time. The heavenly demon martial intent was released, and Lin Ming used the Azura force field to resist the pressure of the Road of Emperor. In the next instant, he had arrived in another space. The place Lin Ming appeared at was still a deep red altar. This altar was the exact same as the one at the entrance to the Road of Emperor. As he looked beneath, he saw that under the altar was impressively the dark abyss. A rich infernal energy wafted up from this abyss. Lin Ming had a deepening suspicion that this abyss under the altar was the source of infernal energy. If he fell all the way down, then he would fall into the eternal demon abyss. Above this abyss was a 10-foot wide wooden plank road. This road wasn't supported by anything. Instead, it was firmly suspended in midair. Along this wooden plank path, every 100 feet or so, there would be a group of lights. Underneath these lights were statues carved from obsidian. These statues didn't have any support either, they were also held up and suspended in the air through some mystical power. As Lin Ming looked at these quietly burning ghostly blue flames, he could feel a very rich soul force coming from them. It was like these weren't flames but rather the blaze coming from a burning soul. What a strange place. Lin Ming was startled. He tried to fly, but as he expected, flying was restricted in this area. But that was probably for the best. If he really tried to fly and fell down into this abyss, then he would most likely die. The Road of Emperor was the same as the King's Cage, both were mere practice areas. But since ancient times, for those martial artists whose luck was poor, or those who misjudged their own strength, there would always be people that perished in here. Without a doubt, this 10-foot wide plank road was the Road of Emperor. Lin Ming didn't hastily step onto the Road of Emperor. Instead, he sat down in meditation, adjusting his mental and physical state to their peak condition, and then stepped onto the plank road. As soon as he entered the Road of Emperor, Lin Ming immediately felt a pressure cover him. This pressure was completely different from that of the heavenly demon force field's pressure. This pressure came from soul and will, and Lin Ming was no stranger to this pressure either. This pressure was the Emperor Will. When Lin Ming fought with Yang Kai and Moha, he had once felt a part of the Emperor Will. When an Emperor-level powerhouse died, the will they left behind would not fade away even after thousands of years. This was the so-called battle spirit. A battle spirit was the condensed will that a martial artist could form after they reached a certain boundary. This will could be attached to any object, and could be used in a multitude of ways, such as killing people. For instance, if one attached a battle spirit to the air, they could directly crush a massive boulder into powder. If they attached a battle spirit to a skill or treasure, they could double their attack power, or even increase it by several times over. Emperor Battle Spirit. I wonder when I will be able to comprehend my own battle spirit. Lin Ming was filled with expectations. When a martial artist reached the Emperor level, they would normally have their own battle spirit. Of course, there were even some lucky individuals who didn't need to be at the Emperor level. If they had a great enough destiny fall onto their body, they could often comprehend a battle spirit at the higher stages of life destruction. This was only the situation within the Sky Spill continent. If it were the realm of the gods, then it was probably even more abnormal. It wouldn't be strange for those at the revolving core to be able to comprehend a battle spirit. Thinking of this, Lin Ming asked, Demon Shine, when would a top talent of the realm of the gods usually comprehend their own battle spirit? Demon Shine, who had been staying within Lin Ming's spiritual sea the entire time, hadn't replied. In fact, it was like Demon Shine hadn't even heard his question. This caused Lin Ming to be a bit surprised. As soon as they entered the Road of Emperor, Demon Shine had been incomparably quiet, not even making the smallest noise. Demon Shine? Lin Ming asked, worried. Lin Ming, this Road of Emperor. I feel like I've been here before. After being silent for a long time, Demon Shine quietly and eerily spoke. Millimeter? Lin Ming was slightly startled. Well, it's more accurate to say that my big brother came here. Demon Shine sounded a bit sad. This sort of mood rarely ever happened to the proud and talkative dog. Your big brother? My original body is that of a three-headed demonic divine hound, and my soul is also a trinity of three souls in one. My big brother was born first, and then as his strength grew, my second brother was born, and finally, me. When we sieged the verdant Feather Holy Lands in the past, big brother and second brother tried to protect me, and because of that they were twisted to nothingness in the soul storm. Within my body are some of the remnant soul fragments of my big brother and second brother. As Demon Shine finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. In just the snap of the fingers, tens of thousands of years had passed. Recalling the past now really made one feel a bitterly painful nostalgia. As Lin Ming heard Demon Shine speak, he suddenly froze, a light seeming to go off in his mind. Yes, he had forgotten but something. When Lin Ming was still on the second floor, he had killed Shueman and obtained a nameless ancient tome from his spatial ring. This tome had vivid, lifelike images of people rubbed into all the pages. One could even faintly feel the aura and dignity of these characters as they were when they were alive. Near these images were written notes that listed out these characters' lives. As Lin Ming had read through them, he realized that every single one of these characters were all either Emperor-level powerhouses or peak Emperor-level talents of the last tens of thousands of years of the Holy Demon Continent. This included the Netherworld Great Emperor, and even the Demon Emperor was impressively included in there. Lin Ming immediately dug out the tome and quickly found the page that the Demon Emperor was listed on. Within the tome, the Demon Emperor was holding onto the great desolate blood halberd, his ink-black hair recklessly flying in the wind. One could even vividly feel the terrifying aura and majesty of the Demon Emperor. Beside the Demon Emperor's picture was a note. Demon Emperor. His birth was ominous and his death was ominous. Cause of death is unclear. This is... Demon Shine was stunned. He exclaimed, "This rubbing is exactly the same as the Demon Emperor himself." Yes, it is exactly the same. Not just that, but the Demon Emperor died in the realm of the gods and he was in existence from tens of thousands of years ago. So, who carved the image of the Demon Emperor and how did they know that he died? Lin Ming's mind was filled with doubts. Demon Shine said, "Lin Ming, look at the base of those lights." As Demon Shine spoke, Lin Ming looked up and was suddenly astonished. In front of him, not too far away, was a carved relief of a Fey martial artist at the base of the lights. This Fey martial artist was handsome and held a long sword in his hands. He was a jade-like beauty with a heroic appearance. Lin Ming suddenly remembered that this Fey martial artist was one of those whose images were rubbed within the tome. Lin Ming opened the tome and found that the carved relief of this martial artist was the exact same as the rubbing. Lian Ku. Born in the Holy Demon calendar year of 26,720, died in the Holy Demon calendar year of 26,750. This person was a peerless talent of elegance and grace. He reached the Fey King realm at 24 years of age, and within his realm there was no worthy opponent for him. His path to becoming a Fey Emperor was inevitable, but what a pity, his destiny was lacking. As he was seeking his own lucky chance in a danger zone, he perished there, ending his life at 30 years of age. A Fey King was equal to the human revolving core. For someone to become a Fey King at the age of 24 was similar to reaching revolving core at an age of 24. This was a speed that would be around 5 or 6 years faster than Mu Qianyu. In fact, it wasn't even that different from Lin Ming, a peerless hero of his generation. His path to becoming an emperor was a matter of time. However, he perished in the middle of his path. Lin Ming, I remember some things. In my big brother and second brother's memories, these lights that you see each represent an emperor-level powerhouse. Even if they aren't emperor-level powerhouses, they are still peerless talents of their generation that should easily have become emperor-level characters. But these people all have two things in common. The first is that they are dead, and the second is, when they were young, they once stepped into the road of emperor. These lights each represented an emperor-level powerhouse that had once entered the road of emperor. Lin Ming's mind chilled. As he looked at these quietly burning ghostly blue flames, he couldn't feel any heat from them. Rather, he felt a bone-biting chill, as if these flames were burning souls. Of course, this was only a feeling. If they really were souls, then they would have burnt out long ago. Demon Shine said, "The will lights of the Road of Emperor are not crafted by human hands, but naturally formed. Otherwise, across a span of tens of thousands of years, no one would have the ability to carve out a lifelike impression of all these peerless characters, perfectly keeping even their aura and majesty. If I'm not wrong, then every peerless genius of their era who has entered the Road of Emperor will be remembered by the Road of Emperor. After they die, lights would form here as a symbol to them. As Lin Ming heard Demon Shine speak, he felt an inexplicable chill fill his heart. The Road of Emperor, just what was it? The force underneath the eternal demon abyss that was behind the mystical curse, what was that too? After every martial artist died, flames would light up as a symbol to them. Then, what was it that the Road of Emperor used to remember them? A part of their will? Spiritual energy? Or maybe a soul mark? Even a peerless existence like the Demon Emperor, a great character even within the realm of the gods, still couldn't rid himself from the Road of Emperor's memory. After he perished in the realm of the gods, the Road of Emperor also formed a group of lights that corresponded to him. Like mortals that could not escape the cycle of samsara, those peerless geniuses that stepped into the Road of Emperor similarly couldn't rid themselves of their destiny. No matter how unrivaled they were in their lives, they still returned here, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Lin Ming took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Regardless of what was at the end of the Road of Emperor, regardless of what was at the deepest depths of the eternal demon abyss, he would not hesitate to continue forwards. The world was large, far beyond what he could ever imagine. Even the Demon Emperor, standing before the true peak of martial artists, was probably just a minor, unworthy person. In the past, in order to compete for the magic cube, he had died. This magic cube that had extinguished the lives of 10,000 powerhouses from the realm of the gods, just where had it come from also? All of these powerful and mysterious existences did not cause Lin Ming to be crestfallen or even feel low. Instead, there was nothing in him but a limitless fighting spirit. He had already set firm his determination to step onto the highest peak of martial arts, and have a good look at what the scenery from that peak would be like. Chapter 616, Battle of Wills. Chapter 616, Battle of Wills. Lin Ming followed the Road of Emperor, going forwards one step at a time. Every 100 feet or so, there would be quiet, eerie blue flames that appeared, burning in the air like spectral illusions. Guu. 9,000 years, he was a peerless heroic youth of the giant demon race. A titled Azura of Fascination Skysplit Tower, he died at 30 years of age. Every time that Lin Ming saw new will lights appear, name of that martial artist who corresponded with that light would materialize in his mind. Fascination Skysplit Tower was one of the 12 Skysplit Towers. Thus, it could be seen that this Road of Emperor wasn't solely just the heroic young elites of Polar Skysplit Tower, but of the 11 other Skysplit Towers also. It was even possible that the Road of Emperor found in the other 11 Skysplit Towers all shared the same path. The Emperor will filled every inch of the Road of Emperor. Not just that, but as Lin Ming moved forwards, it became increasingly strong. Ho! After Lin Ming passed by Jiu will light, the light extinguished itself. All the way down, every time Lin Ming passed a light, that light would naturally fade away. So far, he had passed by 10 lights, and 10 lights had been extinguished. Xiao Yu. 3,000 years ago she was a proud heavenly daughter of the Fae. A titled Azura of Heavenly Cloud Skysplit Tower. At 36 years of age, she perished, her cultivation at the 5-star Fae King realm. As Lin Ming saw the 11th will light, some information about Xiao Yu appeared in his mind. As he passed this light, it also faded away. Lin Ming found that all of the martial artists he saw so far hadn't lived to the age of 40. Every single one had died when their cultivation was at most a 5-star or 6-star Fae King. When Lin Ming had read through the nameless tome, peerless emperors had occupied the vast majority of the pages. Were the will lights of the emperor-level powerhouses further back? Thinking this, Lin Ming continued, slowly and cautiously. He could feel the pressure of the emperor will becoming steadily stronger. Lin Ming, careful. Millimeter. As Lin Ming passed by another will light, he suddenly heard Demonshine's voice call out. Right after, a bright ray of light emitted from a will light and stabbed into Lin Ming. Bang! A massive pressure arrived within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. He grimaced, taking a step back as he immediately revolved the samsara martial intent to block this pressure. However, at this moment, it seemed as if his body had been separated from his soul. Fighting spirit filled his heart. This fighting spirit was not Lin Ming's, but rather came from that light. A bloody battlefield. Endless plains of slaughter and death. An armored martial artist fought with every ounce of his being. Within Lin Ming, he could clearly feel the infernal energy of the endless killing grounds. This is. The feeling suddenly disappeared here. With the sound of a gust of wind passing overhead, the light was extinguished. It was over. Lin Ming looked at that light. He had a faint impression of the man that was carved into that relief. His name was Zhong Jun. He was a quasi-emperor powerhouse. In his life, he was a peerless talent of his generation. He died before his time, just a single step away from becoming a true emperor-level powerhouse. That just now was. Lin Ming, what you felt just now was the battle spirit of this martial artist left behind. All of these lights beside the Road of Emperor contain the will of those powerhouses that died. As Lin Ming walked, he had already passed over a dozen lights already. The inherent strength of their will was very small, but just now Zhong Jun's light had actually contained a vast will that smashed into his spiritual sea. Although he had been able to bear it, he had been forced to take a step back. Lin Ming, I remember now. The first half of the Road of Emperor is a test to bear the Emperor will. Those lights that you first encountered up until now were all from weaker martial artists that hadn't even formed a complete Emperor will, thus you were able to easily pass through. But from now on, every step you take will be much harder than the last. The Road of Emperor is paved with the immense will of countless Emperor-level powerhouses. How deep you can go will all depend on whether or not you can resist their will. I understand. Lin Ming glanced behind him. It was clear now that after he successfully withstood the will of a martial artist, their will light would naturally extinguish. The next one. Lin Ming looked at the light ahead of him and was surprised to see that this light burned several times more vibrantly than the ones before. The flames were already twice as high. To be more precise, after this light, the later lights would continue to become more and more exuberant. This also symbolized that the inherent emperor will of these lights was also becoming stronger. Now, Lin Ming was prepared. He took a deep breath, adjusting his mind to an ethereal state as he simultaneously revolved the samsara martial intent, and then stepped deeper into the Road of Emperor. The moment that he passed the next will light, Lin Ming felt another great pressure enveloping him, even more formidable than the one before. Kill. Kill. Lin Ming instantly felt his soul and body separate, his mind arriving in a completely separate dimension. At this moment, a 10-foot-tall demon was cutting down at him with a massive axe. What a superficial move. Lin Ming coldly snorted. Although this enemy's attack seemed to be deadly, the truth was that it was full of holes. The speed of it was slow to the point that it simply didn't enter his eyes. He took a step back and flourished the purple comet spear. He wanted to use Chasing Thunder to deal with this demon, when at this time, Lin Ming was shocked. Let alone using Chasing Thunder, but even taking out his spear felt incomparably slow. This feeling was the same as if Lin Ming had returned to the body transformation stage. After being used to the limits of his own speed and strength, he found it hard to adapt to suddenly losing all of this. What's going on? Seeing the large axe cut down at him, Lin Ming's pupils contracted. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming retreated backwards, but his speed was several dozen times lower than its weak state. Too slow. Kai. Lin Ming could only helplessly watch as that massive blood-red axe cut into his body, right through the middle. A severe pain seemed to come out from his soul. At this moment, the feeling of death was so real. Ever since Lin Ming started practicing martial arts, he had faced life-or-death situations several times, stepping near death's door during many of these. But, it was only close to death. It had never been like today where he watched as he was cut directly in half. Fresh blood sprayed out. Lin Ming's face twisted in pain and a feeling of death spread through his spiritual sea. Samsara martial intent. Catcher. Lin Ming forcefully twisted apart the symbol of that deathly energy. Everything is only an illusion. I have been practicing martial arts for almost 8 years now, and my heart of martial arts has been tempered every step of the way. I will not allow some phantom mirage to kill me. Lin Ming's mind flashed with this thought. In that moment, he felt a vivid force swell up within his body, making him feel several times stronger than before. His body that was cut in half slapped back together, instantly regenerating. Lin Ming grabbed the purple comet spear and thrust out. Chasing thunder. Little arcs of electricity sizzled around the purple comet spear. These arcs of electricity were too weak. He was fundamentally unable to use chasing thunder. My strength has been reduced by 99%. Lin Ming had never felt this powerless before. Although his strength had suddenly risen just now, he was still only capable of such a weak strike. But what surprised Lin Ming was that the great demon in front of him seemed to have consumed every bit of its strength in that last attack. It weakly stood there as Lin Ming's spear pierced into its body. With a pitiful scream, it melted into a pool of blood and pus. The illusion disappeared and Lin Ming returned to the Road of Emperor. He was still standing on that lonely plank road, and the will light beside him had now extinguished. He passed. Lin Ming felt a cold sweat drip down his back. The illusion he just felt was far too real. There was really a moment where he thought he had died. Being cut in half had left a deep pain in his soul, as if his soul was being torn in half. Lin Ming was certain that even being physically cut in half like that wouldn't be so painful. Was that just a battle of wills? Lin Ming asked. Yes. It was a battle of wills. You felt your strength weakened by 99% because your will hasn't yet manifested, let alone condensing into a battle spirit. Thus, in that world of will, you are in fact a weakling. I really am weak. Lin Ming nodded. That demon he had faced just now was already weak to the point of being a complete mess. His moves were slow and ridiculous, everything that demon did was just for looks. But as for Lin Ming, facing this demon fellow that he would normally be able to kill without even lifting his finger, he had actually been cut in half. If that wasn't weak, then what was? Demon Shine slyly smiled, shaking his head as he said, I said that you are weak, but that is only in comparison to a true emperor will. In fact, your weak level is already abnormal. You should know that 99% of martial artists first facing an attack of wills would not even be able to make a counterattack, they wouldn't even be able to move. They could only stare helplessly as their enemy's attack splits apart their body. And I'm talking about a top genius, there isn't even mentioning an ordinary martial artist. An ordinary martial artist wouldn't even have the qualifications to undergo this sort of smelting trial. Their spiritual sea would be instantly crushed to nothing by the Emperor will. Oh! Lin Ming was a bit surprised. Indeed, his willpower had always been his most impressive aspect. If Lin Ming's abilities could be arranged in order, then his willpower would absolutely be first, followed by his perception and then his natural talent. Hey, boy, this saint rarely compliments others, so how come your reaction is so cold? You are at the extreme Xiantian realm, but other martial artists are at revolving core realm, demon king realm, fey king realm, and if their perception is poor, then even a life-destruction martial artist may be beneath you. There is no limit in this world, there is always a higher mountain and a higher heaven. Lin Ming shook his head. He had experienced a great deal in his journey to the peak of martial arts so far. He was well aware that he was just a frog in a well, but the greatest difference that separated him from those other frogs was that he was aware of just how great the outside world was. In that battle just now, I feel like my willpower was tempered, becoming stronger. When Lin Ming had broken through the illusion, he felt an influx of strength into his will. Although he had already left the illusion, that strength still remained there, permanently becoming a part of him. Of course. This is the terrifying advantage of the Road of Emperor, it is able to temper your will. If you can withstand it, then you can even form your own battle spirit. Demon Shine excitedly said, at that time, you will no longer feel weak within your world of will, in fact, it is possible that you will be even more powerful than in reality. Chapter 617, One Light, One World. Chapter 617, One Light, One World. I will be more powerful in the will world than in reality. Lin Ming asked, slightly startled. Then what happens if I kill others in the will world? Will they die in the real world? Or would they be affected in some other way? Demon Shine said, if you can completely destroy someone else's will within the world of will, then they will also die in the real world. Lin Ming felt a chill crawl up his back as he heard this, but I should have died just now. That bloody axe already cut me in half, but I'm not dead yet. Demon Shine chuckled, hehe, This saint said that you will only die if your will is destroyed in the will world. This saint didn't say that you would die if your body was cut in half in the will world. Destroying someone's will isn't as simple as it seems. I see, Lin Ming nodded. He had fallen into the mindset that being cut in half would kill him. But the truth was that the world of will had a completely different set of laws that governed it. Perhaps, within the will world, being cut in half was the same as a minor wound. Demon Shine continued, within the will world, being split in half, beheaded, or even crushed won't kill you. This is why there are many martial artists that when they reach a high level, such as your so-called emperor-level powerhouse, if they have confidence in their own willpower, will have matches in the world of will. In there, it's not as easy to be injured. But of course, in a real life or death battle, they would combine the power of their will world and their actual combat strength into one whole and fight in the real world. This is also how they can use their highest degree of strength. Every time Demon Shine mentioned the Emperor-level powerhouses and Emperor-level talents of the Sky Spill continent, he would usually add in something derisive before it, such as so-called. Obviously, to him, these powerhouses were nothing more than low-grade minions. If they went to the higher-level realm of the gods, they simply wouldn't even enter Demon Shine's eyes. Combat in the world of will only looks at how strong or weak your willpower is. Your actual combat strength is irrelevant. Within the will world, you are God. You can create and be anything you want. For instance, as long as your will is strong enough, you can create a heaven-step treasure, a saint-step treasure, a powerful summoned beast, contract beast, or if your willpower is at the very limit, you can even summon a god beast. As long as your willpower is strong enough, you can completely sweep away all opponents even if they are several times stronger than you in reality. Create a saint treasure. Create a contract beast. Or even a god beast. Lin Ming was shocked. I can even create a god beast. Would it really have the power of a god beast though? Within the world of will, the god beast that you create will truly have the power of a god beast. But that is only limited to the will world. As this saint has said, within that world, you are God. The will is an important symbol of whether or not a high-level martial artist is weak or strong. The sooner you comprehend a battle spirit, the greater its advantages will be towards your future. This is because a battle spirit, regardless of your perception, lucky chances, heart of martial arts, and other factors such as that, will often naturally grow along with your cultivation. Lin Ming, this road of Emperor is your chance. Even if your strength doesn't grow here, you still have to start forming the foundation for your battle spirit. When you reach a high boundary, your willpower, which is in essence your battle spirit, will be a great portion of your strength. Not just that, but at that level, it will even be an integral part of your combat style. People at that level will also respect a martial artist that has a formidable will more. Millimeter, I've got it. Lin Ming nodded. The same ability would often have different values for different people. For instance, within the Sky Fortune Kingdom, even if a landlord and merchant had the same amount of wealth, a landlord's status would be higher than the merchant's. This was because land farming was considered a more legitimate business, while being a merchant was much more low class, even if they earned the same amount of money. In fact, after many merchants earned a fortune, they would often purchase large swathes of property and became local landlords, even if the profits from these properties were far lower. Lin Ming, continue on. If you can use this road of Emperor to thoroughly temper your will, then it will have a profound influence on your future growth. Don't miss out on this chance. I will. Lin Ming was overjoyed that he met Demon Shine from the Magic Cube space. With his guidance, it was much easier to see the path before him. Otherwise, if he came to the road of Emperor and used increasing his strength as the only goal, he would have missed this rare chance. Continuing along the road of Emperor, the will lights that appeared were from quasi-emperors. They burnt even more vividly than before. As Lin Ming stepped forwards, a light flashed, and he once again appeared in the world of will. Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed in Lin Ming's ear like a thunderclap. This was a voice that came from this world of will. The more powerful the willpower was, the more heaven-shaking and earth-shattering the voices would be. Catcher. Between heaven and earth, a massive thunderbolt crashed into the ground. A Goliath martial artist with a full head of red hair grasped a halberd and rushed towards Lin Ming. Concept of thunder. Lin Ming was surprised to discover that even in the world of will, there were still manifestations of laws. With the concept of thunder combined with this strange halberd skill, this quasi-emperor level powerhouse's attack was certainly strong, it was just that its speed was slow. It was obvious that the will that this quasi-emperor powerhouse left behind was very slow. Perhaps it was because it had been worn down through the long passage of time, or perhaps it was because the amount of will left behind in the light wasn't much to begin with. Otherwise, the momentum of this quasi-emperor powerhouse's attack would be much more than this. Lin Ming directly faced this Goliath powerhouse's halberd. He did not dodge, only thrusting his spear out. This was because he knew that with his current speed, dodging was impossible. Puff, puff. 2 bursts of blood shot out like a rain shower. In the world of will, having his body pierced through was a horrific pain, as if his soul was being shredded to pieces. Lin Ming originally wasn't a match for this quasi-emperor's will. However, the strength of this quasi-emperor's will wasn't able to sustain itself. Every time a bit of this strength was consumed, it would be gone. But as for Lin Ming, his will actually grew without end. This was his greatest advantage. After a harrowing and violent battle, Lin Ming successfully destroyed the Goliath quasi-emperor powerhouse. Ho! The corresponding will light was extinguished, and Lin Ming was ejected from the world of will. I can actually comprehend a great number of things from these seniors' martial arts skills. Aside from tempering his will, when that quasi-emperor attacked just now, the moves that contained the concept of thunder gave Lin Ming some inspirations. Because the will that this quasi-emperor had left behind was already very weak, the attacks were slow and the striking power was also low. This way, the mysteries within those attacks were much more clearly seen and easier to understand. If I'm not wrong, then most of the young heroic elites that enter the Road of Emperor probably use the majority of their energy to study their opponent's moves and concepts. Even Yang Kai and Moha, as imps who are proficient in soul force, probably also tried to comprehend these concepts and moves. It's just that at the same time they were probably trying to figure out how to capture some of this Emperor will for their own use. But, no matter how much Emperor will they captured, in the end it wasn't theirs, so it had no capacity for growth. The moves and concepts of quasi-emperor and emperor-level powerhouses were no doubt valuable. But compared to tempering the will and forming a battle spirit, they were far less important. It was simply incomparable. However, one couldn't blame Yang Kai and Moha for being short-sighted. Their own willpower was limited, so the chances of them ever forming their own battle spirit was far too distant a goal. Normally in the Holy Demon Continent, a martial artist would form their own battle spirit around the time they became a peerless emperor. As for Yang Kai and Moha, the two of them only had a cultivation of a 1- and 2-star demon king. In addition, Yang Kai and Moha were only from relatively normal sect backgrounds. These sects had never produced an emperor-level powerhouse, so the knowledge and legacies they had of battle spirits was literally nothing at all. Yang Kai and Moha simply didn't know the method to form a battle spirit, nor did they understand their importance. Lin Ming carefully recalled the attacks of that Supreme Elder from just now, and after perceiving some insights, he decisively moved on to the next battle spirit light. Compared to the last flame, this one was far too bright. It was extremely radiant and dazzling, like a smaller, darker sun. Lin Ming's mind moved. His eyes locked onto the relief below the lights, and he saw that indeed, this will was left behind by a true emperor-level powerhouse that had died. Jiyu Xiao, giant demon. She walked the world 6,000 years ago. She became a demon emperor at 109 years of age, and perished at 130 years of age. When she died, her cultivation was a 1-star demon emperor. Information about Jiyu Xiao appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Without a doubt, if this Jiyu Xiao could become a demon emperor, then she was an emperor-level talent. However, after becoming a demon emperor, she was only the most ordinary of demon emperors. All those able to become demon emperors were emperor-level talents. Wanting to stand out in this crowd of monstrous geniuses was extremely difficult. Jiyu Xiao had become a demon emperor at 109 years of age. This achievement wasn't early. In fact, her talent was much worse than Xiao Yu and Jiyu Yu's from before. Those two had earned the glory of becoming titled asuras. If they hadn't died at such a young age, they definitely would have become existences capable of jumping ranks to fight even after becoming emperor-level powerhouses. Lin Ming took a deep breath and adjusted himself to his peak state. What he was about to face was a true emperor-level powerhouse. Even if this person was the most ordinary of emperor-level powerhouses, they were still an existence he couldn't even compare to. He naturally had to be extremely sincere in this battle. Stepping into the range of Jiu Xiao's will lights, Lin Ming only felt as if he had crossed a space barrier, arriving at a completely different dimension. One light, one world. The will of a true emperor-level powerhouse was enough to manifest their own world. When Lin Ming's will entered this world, he felt like a mortal that had been dropped naked into a field of winter snow. This kind of chilling cold was enough to freeze his marrow. A thick killing intent suddenly filled the air. With a rustling sound, a massive python suddenly appeared out of thin air and killed its way towards Lin Ming. A transformation? Lin Ming recalled that Demon Shine said that within the world of will, a martial artist was God. They could turn their will into different forms in order to kill their enemies. This massive python in front of him was most likely the transformed shape of the Emperor Will. This python was over 100 feet long and its body was as thick as Lin Ming's waist. It opened its massive jaws and bit towards Lin Ming. Its speed was much quicker than the last several martial artists. With Lin Ming's speed, it was impossible for him to dodge this bite. He fiercely grit his teeth and thrust the purple comet spear into the python's open mouth. Bringing with it the concept of thunder, the purple comet spear was like a bolt of lightning that shot into the python's upper jaw. Blood sprayed out, but that python also bit down on Lin Ming. Bang! The earth was cracked apart as the python's giant head crashed into it, and Lin Ming was swallowed into the python's stomach. Lin Ming, you are not a match for this Emperor Will. Immediately withdraw. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Chapter 618, A Shining Will. Chapter 618, A Shining Will. The python's stomach was like a separate world. Locked within, Lin Ming was tossed around like a leaf in a storm. Bang! His consciousness crushed, Lin Ming gave a stiff cough, instantly feeling like he lost sense of his own existence. His brain was muddled, and his senses were in confusion, as if he had been cut off from all contact with the outside world. Lin Ming, hurry up and withdraw from the world of will. If you suffer such heavy damage in the Road of Emperor's Will world, you won't die but it will damage your will. Demon Shine shouted out. But in this situation, his voice no longer reached Lin Ming's ears. Chaos ran rampant. After an indefinite amount of time passed, a weak whirlpool formed within this chaos. After this whirlpool appeared, it began to slowly and gradually expand, spinning faster and faster. In the center of this whirlpool was an azure light. This light was the essence of Lin Ming's endless will. After this azure light appeared, it shot out like a vorpal sword, cutting through space. With a ripping sound, the void itself seemed to tear apart. The azure light pierced through all, directly shooting through the python's back. Reform the body. Within Lin Ming's mind, his will pulsed with an intense belief. As long as his willpower was strong enough, he was God here. He could control all. In the void, countless rays of azure light rapidly spun together, rapidly coalescing into Lin Ming's body, restoring all of his senses. Seeing Lin Ming reappear, Demon Shine's puppy eyes turned perfectly round. He never expected that Lin Ming would be able to break out of the python's body and extricate himself from danger. This was a vicious beast that was formed by an emperor-level powerhouse. Sa! The python let out a loud roar as it rushed forwards once more. Purple Comet! Lin Ming thrust out his hand and the purple comet spear instantly materialized in his palm. Blazing on spear shaft, thunder and flame howled. Penetrating rainbow. Spear and man became one. Lin Ming shot straight towards the python. After his will went through another transformation just now, Lin Ming's striking power had surged greatly. On the other hand, the python itself was severely wounded. Pang! Lin Ming flew forwards with the spear, directly piercing through the python's jaws. The python let out a miserable cry as a fountain of blood gushed out from its head. Its body began to violently twist and contort, slowly losing the power to struggle before turning into a stream of light that floated away. In the next moment, Lin Ming withdrew from the world of will. In front of him, the lights that symbolized Jiyu Xiao's will still burned as radiantly as before without a hint of even extinguishing. This meant that Lin Ming hadn't been able to withstand Jiyu Xiao's will. Lin Ming had merely destroyed a python that Jiyu Xiao's will had created. Lin Ming had, in actuality, failed to kill the main body. Currently, it was far too difficult for him to deal with the will left behind by an emperor-level powerhouse. This was the will of an emperor-level powerhouse. Lin Ming took a deep breath. His back was already soaked with sweat. The recent battle had exhausted a great deal of his energy. Boy, you really are a monstrous genius. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine was praising him. Today, you've made amazing progress with your willpower. If it continues to grow like this, then you really might be able to form your own battle spirit before you reach Revolving Core. Aside from all other aspects of talent, in will alone, you are the most magnificent junior I have ever seen. Forming a battle spirit before Revolving Core. Lin Ming's eyes blazed with a fiery light. He was increasingly knowledgeable of just what a battle spirit was. For him, if he wanted to use the Road of Emperor to break through to the Revolving Core realm, then it would be easy. But if he could condense his own battle spirit now, then it would be of unlimited benefit to his future growth. It seemed that Jiyu Xiao hadn't even formed a battle spirit yet. Yes. Jiyu Xiao is only the lowliest of ordinary demon emperors. A true emperor-level powerhouse that has a battle spirit will leave behind an even more terrifying will. If the current you faces an emperor will that possesses a battle spirit, then you will instantly be smashed to smithereens. If you can temper your will to the point that you can withstand that sort of impact, then you might be able to form the seed of a battle spirit within your will. Within the tens of thousands of miles that comprised the blood slaughter steppes, other than the 12 main cities, there was also a blood-red temple. Blood Slaughter Divine Temple was its name. Within this temple lived the master of the blood slaughter steppes, and also the only emperor-level powerhouse of the blood slaughter steppes. Luo Sha. Titled High Lord Divine Demon, Luo Sha was also the only 12-winged heavenly demon of the 12 sky-split towers. The giant blood-red doors opened and Luo Sha strode out of the great temple, his red cloak dragging on the ground as his footsteps echoed in the emptiness. High Lord Divine Demon was 15 feet tall, the height of 2 adult men. He was considered a giant even amongst the already tall giant demons and Goliaths. Father. As High Lord Divine Demon left the temple, a middle-aged man, already kneeling on one knee, waited for him outside. This middle-aged man wore a dark blue robe and his eyes were as profound as the stars in the jet-black sky. If Lin Ming could see this person, then he would have recognized him. This person was the Tower Master of Paulari's Tower, High Lord Limitless Demon. Nearly no one knew that the Tower Master of Paulari's Tower was Luo Sha's son. Father, I have already followed your instructions and enslaved Lin Ming. Millimeter, High Lord Divine Demon nodded. Lin Ming, even with a slave seal planted within him, will surely blossom in glory in the future. He will be a big boost to our forces. Father, I have already sent Lin Ming to the Road of Emperor. When he reappears several months from now, his strength will surely have risen by another step. Road of Emperor, Luo Sha faintly smiled. The eternal demon abyss has erupted. Every sky-split tower has sent many people to enter the Road of Emperor and gain experience. These people think that they can increase their strength, enter the eternal demon abyss, and take a share of the treasures. Exquisite Towers Lan Xin, Heavenly Cloud Towers Duanmu Kun, 5-color Towers Zhuan Yu, all of them are future successors to their holy lands, characters who can be called saintesses and saint sons. These people have all entered the Road of Emperor. Duanmu Kun is even entering for the second time. I wonder just how far in they will manage to go. As High Lord Divine Demon spoke to here, Paulari's Tower's Tower Master frowned. The people who his father mentioned just now were not only monstrous talents, but also had extremely terrifying backgrounds. They came from holy lands with 4 or 5 emperor-level powerhouses, some of which were 2-star Fey Emperors or even 3-star Fey Emperors. Even the Blood Slaughter Steppes was terrified of these superpowers. They had no choice but to open a part of their resources to the descendants of those elite holy lands. This included the Road of Emperor and even the Eternal Demon Abyss. All of it was a compromise. The eruption of the Eternal Demon Abyss is rare opportunity. You will also enter. High Lord Divine Demon ordered. Yes, Father. After the eruption of the Eternal Demon Abyss, the chances of dying within rose to over 30%. Paulari's Tower's Tower Master had sufficient strength, and coupled with his years of understanding of the environment of the Eternal Demon Abyss, his chances of dying inside were much lower. Chapter 619, Lin Ming's Choice. Chapter 619, Lin Ming's Choice. Road of Emperor, World of Will. Blood rained from the skies. Lin Ming's spear pierced through a tiger-type vicious beast, but his body was also slashed by that tiger's claw, the entire right half of his body completely breaking apart as crushed bits of meat flew everywhere. This sort of battle could be called utterly tragic. Luckily, this battle was held within the world of will. If this were the real world, then even Lin Ming would need several months to recover from such a heavy wound. Ho! Lin Ming was drawn out of the will world, thick drips of cold sweat dripping down his face and back. Half the reason was because he had consumed a great deal of energy, and the other half was because of the excruciating pain he had suffered. In a fight within the world of will, the feelings of being ripped and torn apart were still there. As soon as the soul was broken apart, a bone-aching pain would follow. Even though Lin Ming's will was extremely firm, it was still difficult to bear this pain for days on end. Millimeter. As Lin Ming left the world of will, he was shocked as he saw the Road of Emperor in front of him. The original single-planked Road of Emperor that led towards an infinite jet-black darkness had actually divided in two. In front of Lin Ming, there were two Road of Emperors. The first Road of Emperor was the same as before with lights that hovered at both sides. But on the other Road of Emperor, it was instead surrounded by stone tablet. What is this? A test? An illusion? It is neither a test nor an illusion. For you, it is a chance, a choice that you can make. Demon Shine said from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, you have already been defeated in front of Jiyu Xiao's will lights many times now. Jiyu Xiao is an emperor-level powerhouse who hadn't yet been able to create her own battle spirit. She can be considered amongst the worst of emperor-level powerhouses. Behind her will lights are emperor-level powerhouses that have condensed their own battle spirit, including even 2-star and 3-star demon emperors. Not only have they formed their own battle spirit, but the laws they have perceived have reached a very high limit, the peak that these so-called emperor-level powerhouses can reach. You have already been stranded here for 10 days. The Road of Emperor probably recognizes that it's impossible for you to go any further, thus it has created another path for you. This is a choice that you may choose so that you won't leave without having accomplished anything. Demon Shine had once followed the Demon Emperor into the Road of Emperor. The current situation was only his guess, but it should be more or less right. In other words, I can reduce the difficulty. Lin Ming was inexplicably filled with a disheartened feeling. Up until this point, he had encountered powerful martial artists everywhere and there hadn't yet been any martial artists whose talents had exceeded his own. But now, as he was crossing the Road of Emperor, he was actually pushed back to this degree. Only 10 days here and he was given the chance of reducing the difficulty. He was obviously disappointed. Hihi, boy, you shouldn't be so sad. After passing through the entire Road of Emperor, you can become an emperor-level powerhouse. What sort of cultivation do you have? And you still want to cross the Road of Emperor? Dream on. If that actually happened, then wouldn't the Chief High Lord Limitless Demon or South Sea Demon Region Sovereign just be crushed under your feet? Boy, although your willpower is formidable, your cultivation is far too low. Compared to the will of an emperor-level powerhouse, the difference is simply far too great. Still, this saint is pleasantly surprised that you were able to kill the python, scorpion, and tiger that Jiyu Xiao created. At that time when Jiyu Xiao had formed a python, Demon Shine had urged Lin Ming to quickly leave the world of will. He believed that Lin Ming would be defeated without question, but he never imagined that he would actually win. Relative to Lin Ming's cultivation, this was absolutely only possible because he was a freakishly monstrous genius. The difference is indeed too great. Lin Ming shook his head. For more than 10 days he had been fighting Jiyu Xiao's remnant will. However, He had never seen the true form of Jiyu Xiao's will. Every one time he fought with Jiyu Xiao's will, Jiyu Xiao would first send out 3 vicious beasts to deal with him. These were a python, scorpion, and tiger. After these 3 fights, Lin Ming had basically consumed every ounce of his willpower. Lin Ming, there are many top-grade blood demon crystals in your spatial ring and even 2 demon god bones, right? Your foundation is very solid. If you use these top-grade blood demon crystals and demon god bones, then with the tempering of the Road of Emperor, it will be very easy for you to break through to Revolving Core in a short period of time. When that happens, you can start forming your battle spirit and it will be much easier than it is now. At least, you should be able to defeat the will of an ordinary Emperor-level powerhouse. Cultivation had an effect on willpower. The deep one's will was, the easier it was to form a battle spirit. Lin Ming's will was tenacious and resilient, but his cultivation wasn't deep and his background was insufficient. Willpower was easy to exhaust, but forming a battle spirit was another story altogether. Lin Ming shook his head and said, if I fully concentrate on breaking through to Revolving Core, then it will still take a great deal of time if I want my foundation to remain solid. Moreover, the eruption of the eternal demon abyss will end in half a year to a year. I don't have the time to wait. After I leave the Road of Emperor, I don't know what will happen between me and High Lord Limitless Demon. I have to seize this chance and try to form my own battle spirit as early as possible. My advantages in the future will also be greater too. Lin Ming wanted to form his own battle spirit while he was still at the extreme Xiantian realm. Compared to condensing his battle spirit at Revolving Core or Life Destruction, there would be more room for growth. Well, there are many people who understand that, but very few people who can actually follow through. Who doesn't want to form their own battle spirit as soon as possible? You make it sound as if it's as easy as folding paper. The will is not the same as the physical body. Once the will is injured, it is very difficult to heal. If you can't withstand this suffering, then not only will you not be able to form your own battle spirit, but you'll only end up causing permanent damage to your will instead. Demon Shine shook his little doggy head, not too approving of Lin Ming's choice. The Road of Emperor has given you another choice. This second path is instead surrounded by Emperor tablets. It is specially aimed at increasing your cultivation and strength. If you choose this road and walk down it, then with your talent it shouldn't be too difficult to break through to Revolving Core. Your strength and moves will all be greatly enhanced. As for the first road, that only aims at tempering your will. If you walk down that road, then your strength won't rise by too much. If you are successful, then the advantages to you will naturally be incalculable. But, if you are defeated, then not only will there be no benefit to you, but you will damage your will instead. Think carefully before you make your choice. As Demon Shine spoke, Lin Ming understood. 2 roads. One road aimed at the world of will and the other road aimed at realistic strength. To martial artists at lower realms, having a greater strength in the real world was much more valuable. This was true even for Lin Ming. Moha, Kai Yang, and others like them, after being defeated in a trial of will, most likely diverged onto this other path in order to increase their cultivation and strength. Lin Ming could envision that if he stepped onto this second path, his strength would sharply rise. However, if he stayed on the first path, while he wouldn't see short-term benefits, it would have unlimited benefits for his future growth. If Lin Ming missed this chance, then it would become very difficult to form his battle spirit. He could forget about attempting to do so during the Xiantian realm. If he couldn't even form his battle spirit during Revolving Core, then he could only wait until he reached Life Destruction. Within the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent, forming a battle spirit during the Life Destruction realm was a first-class achievement to be proud of. But, if this achievement were placed within the realm of the gods, then it wasn't much at all. Lin Ming's sights were set very far. If his starting points kept falling behind those geniuses of the realm of the gods so much, then how could he ever manage to compete with them if he ever truly soared into the realm of the gods in the future? Can't I choose both roads at once? Lin Ming didn't have much hope for this, but he still asked. Nice try, friend. You can, if you complete the Road of Emperor. By that time, all of the mysteries of the Road of Emperor will be opened to you. You can experience the fires of will, the Emperor Stone Tablets, and maybe even things that I don't know about. But, after passing through the road of Emperor, you will become a peerless emperor. If you want to completely finish the road of Emperor now, then it is absolutely impossible. Honestly, make your choice, because once you do, the other path will vanish. Choose as you will. Demon Shine said absolutely 3 times in a row, enunciating these words clearly to completely dispel all of Lin Ming's unrealistic fantasies. Lin Ming took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and then firmly said, I choose the road of will. Demon Shine seemed to already expect that Lin Ming would make this choice. He shook his head and lazily said, well, good luck to you. This saint is going to take a nap now. After Demon Shine's soul was injured, he had to spend 90% of the day resting in sleep. Lin Ming didn't bother with Demon Shine anymore. He sat down and began to adjust his breathing. He took out a top-grade blood demon crystal from his spatial ring and began to slowly absorb the blood demon crystal's energy. Lin Ming didn't know this, but as he was facing his choice in the Road of Emperor, within the exquisite Tower's Road of Emperor, a beautiful and slender young fey girl was similarly making her choice. This young fey girl had long blue hair and her eyes were also blue. Her face was lovely, without even the slightest flaw. It was just that on the cheeks underneath her eyes, there were several small blue scales. But these scales did not ruin her beauty. Rather, they lent her an air of mystery and wonder. She was the #1 talent of the exquisite tower, Lan Xin. She came from a fey sect, the Blue-Silver Holy Land. She broke through to a 1-star Fey King at 25 years of age and was equal to a human early revolving core master. In fact, she was even a bit better. Although her cultivation was higher than Lin Ming's, in terms of willpower, she was far inferior. When she faced a quasi-emperor's will world, she couldn't pass. She had already been stranded in front of this quasi-emperor's will light for 12 days now. In the Road of Emperor, there was a general time given to each challenger. This was 12 days. If she couldn't break through the Road of Will during this period, then that only meant her talent or cultivation was lacking. In short, if she couldn't pass through the complete Road of Emperor, then it was impossible for her to become an emperor-level powerhouse here. These were one of the mysteries that Lan Xing didn't know of. She was only curiously looking towards the stone tablets that surrounded the second Road of Emperor. As she glanced at them, she was immediately attracted to these stone tablets. The stone tablets had all sorts of strange figures and diagrams engraved upon them. But, as she saw these images, she felt as if her soul was falling within, unable to release itself. What a strange stone tablet. Lan Xing hesitated for a moment and then stepped onto this second Road of Emperor. In the moment that she did, the first Road of Emperor disappeared. It was like the series of lights that she had first passed through, slowly fading away. Lan Xing was dazed. She was faintly aware that she had unknowingly made a choice of some kind. Since she chose this Road of Emperor with the stone tablets, that meant she had given up the road with the will lights. Having lost the road with the will lights, Lan Xing thought it was a bit regretful. But, if she were given the chance to make her choice again, she would still choose this one. After having stayed on the Road of Will for several days, her strength hadn't increased by much, but the soul-tearing pain she had experienced during that time still made chills crawl up her spine. Chapter 620, Prime Emperor Force Field. Chapter 620, Prime Emperor Force Field. Lan Xin was a woman, but her will and beliefs were very firm, otherwise she never could have arrived at this point. However, when facing that soul-tearing pain in the Road of Wills, she really found it hard to bear, and she had to do so every day without end, from morning until night. Even when withstanding such tortuous pain, the increase in her strength was actually limited. Lan Xin found this hard to accept. As Lan Xin stepped onto the second Road of Emperor, she regretted a bit that she wouldn't be able to sharpen her will any further. But this regret also disappeared soon, because she had been completely attracted to the first Emperor Stone Tablet. Now this was truly worthy of the Road of Emperor's great fame. The Road of Will that she had passed through until now hadn't been much better than the King's Cage. After Lan Xin made her choice, at Heavenly Cloud Tower, Duanmu Kun was also making his. Duanmu Kun's background was even more terrifying than Lan Xin's. Lan Xin also originated from a holy land, But even holy lands were divided into ranks. According to the long-standing traditions of the Holy Demon Continent, once an emperor-level powerhouse was born to a 5th-grade sect, then that sect became a holy land. Those holy lands with only a single 1-star emperor-level powerhouse were naturally the weakest. In fact, some could even be considered mere high-level 5th-grade sects. As for those holy lands that had 2 emperor-level powerhouses, or even 5 or 6, some of which were even 2-star, 3-star, or had formed their own battle spirit or had reached high attainments in certain laws, those were the pinnacle existence of holy lands. This sort of holy land could be considered a peak 5th-grade sect. Higher than that was a 6th-grade sect. That would be a holy land on the same level as the demon god imperial palace. Duanmu Kun happened to come from a super holy land that was almost a 6th-grade sect. He was different from Lan Xin. Before entering the Road of Emperor, Duanmu Kun already had a decent understanding of it. The moment when he was given the choice to take a second Road of Emperor, Duanmu Kun knew that he had failed. He ruefully shook his head and said, "It looks like I was too confident. A mere 1-star Fey King actually wants to condense his own battle spirit. My goal was simply too arrogantly high. This is only the second quasi-emperor will light, but I am unable to continue any further. Behind this I would even have to bear the will of true emperor-level powerhouses. The difficulty of that could be imagined. Even if I grit my teeth and continued on, it would still be useless." Duanmu Kun was a peerless genius of his era when it came to willpower. Not just that, but he had a terrifying background and a talent that surpassed even Lan Xin. In addition to his exceedingly high perception and top cultivation methods, Duanmu Kun could be said to truly be a favored son of heaven. These past 20-some years, every outstanding heroic youth after heroic youth was defeated in front of Duanmu Kun. Even deacons that were several dozen years older than him were not his match. Gradually, inevitably, this invincible, infallible mindset had engraved itself into Duanmu Kun's bones. This was the self-confidence and pride that belonged to a top genius. He had fantasized that when he entered the Road of Emperor, he would be able to complete it in a single go and form his own battle spirit. However, reality had slapped him down. This first quasi-emperor will was also the weakest quasi-emperor will. Duanmu Kun had spent tremendous amount of time and energy in order to defeat it, but against this second quasi-emperor, he was completely helpless. The disparity between them was simply too great. Shaking his head, Duanmu Kun self-deprecatingly said, "The highest elder was a 4-star Fey King when he first touched upon the threshold of a battle spirit, and was finally able to form his own when he was a 5-star Fey King. I will sincerely take the second road with the Emperor Stone Tablets. If I continue down the road of will, then not only will my strength not rise but I might even be injured." Duanmu Kun was reluctant to leave the road of will. But he finally tamped down the feeling in his heart and stepped onto the road with the Emperor Stone Tablets. Although he understood in his heart that the advantages he obtained would be greater if he traveled down the road of will, that advantage, no matter how great it was, simply couldn't be used at present. It was not as beneficial as receiving an immediate increase in his strength. Calming his heart, Duanmu Kun began to perceive the first Emperor Stone Tablet. 1 month later, Paularis Tower's Road of Emperor. Lin Ming had already defeated the vicious beasts that Jiyu Xiao's will summoned. Now, he was directly fighting the main body of Jiyu Xiao's will. Bang! Within the world of will, Lin Ming's will was scattered once again. This soul-tearing pain almost caused him to faint on the spot. "Reform!" Lin Ming shouted out loud and his dispersing body began to gather back together. Within the world of will, all power depended on the strength of one's will. Within Lin Ming's mind, he recalled the time when he was still at the body transformation stage and had encountered the ownerless soul fragments within the world of the magic cube. He recalled the time when he fought against Demon Shine, and he recalled the time he had experienced 100 samsaras within the Sorcerer Pagoda. My will is indomitable. My soul is endless, indestructible. Even when I faced the soul fragments of the supreme elders of the realm of the gods, I still wasn't swallowed by them. Even when I faced 100 samsaras, I wasn't lost in my illusions. Although you are an emperor-level powerhouse, and in terms of strength I admit I am still far weaker than you, but in the aspect of will, How can I willingly lose to you? Lin Ming gave a loud shot, grasped his spear and shot towards Ji Xiao. Bang! A golden light flashed. Half of Lin Ming's body was pierced by this light, but in the last moment before his will was about to collapse, he suddenly threw out the purple comet spear in his hands. Blazing with thunder and fire, the purple comet spear drew a dazzling arc through the air as it pierced into Ji Xiao's body. Blood rained. In the next moment, Lin Ming had returned to the real world. This is the first time I've wounded him. Lin Ming dripped with a cold sweat from the pain. As he wiped the sweat from his face, he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Taking out a top-grade blood demon crystal form, his spatial ring, Lin Ming sat in meditation and began to restore his energy. These past days, he had been undergoing intense tempering of his will in countless battles. After the passing of a long time, unconsciously, the strength of his willpower had greatly increased. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine awoke from his deep slumber. As he stretched out his feet, he said, "Boy, you are crazy. If you continue like this, then it will be easy for your will to be damaged. Your face is white to the point where it doesn't even have a hint of blood to it. This is proof that you overdrew your willpower." How could Lin Ming not know the truth behind Demon Shine's words? When he was still in the body transformation stage, he was clearly aware that if he practiced too much it would leave hidden wounds in his body. But at that time, in order to break through to the pulse condensation period, he had no choice but to tread onwards regardless of the consequences. Now, the same was true. The only advantage that Lin Ming had from the past was that he had sufficient resources. It wasn't like the past where he couldn't even afford medicine. Lin Ming had killed many geniuses of Skysplit Tower these past 2 years, and in doing so obtained a great number of pills that were used to nourish the soul. Those imp race geniuses were mostly masters of soul attacks, and soul attacks were also the types of attacks with the greatest risks. If one wasn't careful, then it was possible to be wounded from backlash, thus they naturally had to prepare a large amount of soul recovery pills. Especially after he had killed Yang Kai and Kai Yang. Those two had both been Heavenly Demon 7 stars of Skysplit Tower. Yang Kai had also been the second-ranked master and extremely wealthy. Lin Ming was glad that he killed Yang Kai, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to continue fighting today. Taking out one of Yang Kai's soul recovery pills from his spatial ring, Lin Ming quickly swallowed it. This pill was called a 9-revolution mind pill. Yang Kai was the sort that valued wealth almost more than his life. He couldn't even bear to swallow a whole pill at a time, but rather swallowed them half at a time. He would never do something as wasteful as Lin Ming. Once the pill reached Lin Ming's stomach, he felt an incomparably pure energy slowly nourishing his mind and soul. Lin Ming also felt his partially broken will slowly recovering. The imps were the race with the most talent in the aspect of souls. Naturally, the soul recovery pills they used were much superior to those of humans. Another 2 days passed. Lin Ming still hadn't been able to defeat Ji Xiao, but this time he had actually succeeded in leaving 2 wounds on Ji Xiao. Then 3, then 4. 5 days later, Lin Ming was able to fight several violent rounds with Ji Xiao. Using the method of damaging himself to damage his enemy, he managed to cut off Ji Xiao's arm. 7 days later, Lin Minute finally managed to stab Ji Xiao with 3 spears in a valiant effort. Then, with spear and man as one, he used penetrating rainbow and stabbed through Ji Xiao's will. After defeating Ji Xiao, Lin Ming's broken body had already reformed several times and his willpower was on the edge of collapse. In the last moment that Ji Xiao's will was smashed apart, Ji Xiao's remnant will turned into a pure energy that slowly flowed into Lin Ming's own will. At that moment, Lin Ming felt as if his mind had opened and his entire body was brimming with warmth. It was like he had returned to the womb of his mother. He felt incomparably comfortable and at peace. This is. Lin Ming was surprised. His damaged will and soul force, under this cozy warmth, were quickly recovering. In several dozen breaths of time, that warmth disappeared and Lin Ming felt that his own state of mind had strengthened a great deal, his willpower rising once more. If he faced Ji Xiao now, he believed that he could fully destroy Ji Xiao's will while retaining at least 30% of his soul force. If I destroy the will of an emperor-level powerhouse, then I can obtain the power of its will. The longer I last, the more power of will I will accumulate. I might even be able to form my own battle spirit. Lin Ming muttered to himself. In that moment he had withdrawn from the world of will. Boy, you actually won. Demon Shine was immensely shocked. This was the first Emperor-level will that Lin Ming had defeated, using an entire month of time to do so. Everything was difficult at the beginning. As it went on, it would naturally become easier. If this continued, then it was highly likely Lin Ming would be able to form his battle spirit. What a freak, Demon Shine mumbled. He couldn't help but use this word to describe Lin Ming. How was Lin Ming a martial artist from a little sect in the mortal world? He seemed more like a talent that was carefully raised up by a large sect within the realm of the gods. Demon Shine, you said that if I can destroy the will of an Emperor-level powerhouse that has a battle spirit, I can form my own battle spirit. Demon Shine coolly shrugged and said, this saint was just casually speaking. If your perception is high and your destiny is excellent, then you might be able to comprehend one early. Otherwise, it's useless and even if you can destroy the will of an Emperor-level powerhouse that has a battle spirit. In any case, this saint is going back to sleep. Don't bother waking me up, alright? Demon Shine wiggled around and slowly sunk back into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, leaving Lin Ming there to helplessly shake his head. Following this, Lin Ming spent every day fighting and killing in the world of will. When he destroyed the will of the second Emperor-level powerhouse, this Emperor-level powerhouse hadn't formed a battle spirit either and his cultivation was only at a 1-star Demon Emperor. Lin Ming accepted a serious injury in order to defeat it. Next, this was followed by the third and the fourth. The opponents grew continuously stronger. However, every time that Lin Ming destroyed the wisp of these Emperor wills, some of their energy would flow into his body, nourishing his will and mind. Time passed by. Soon, Lin Ming had been frigidly fighting for 3 months. On this day, when he stepped into the will world of an Emperor-level powerhouse, he was actually shocked. This feeling, was it a martial intent? Within this world of will, Lin Ming clearly felt the terrifying suppression of a force field, causing the strength of his will to sharply fall. A martial intent that aimed at the world of will, could it be the Prime Emperor force field of the heavenly demon martial intent? Chapter 621, Blooming in Splendor Through Competition. Chapter 621, Blooming in Splendor Through Competition. According to the temple spirit, the heavenly demon martial intent was divided into 3 different forms. They were respectively the Azura force field obtained from the King's Cage, the Death God force field obtained from becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon, and lastly the Prime Emperor force field from completing the Road of Emperor. Lin Ming didn't know what the Death God force field was like, but he had personally experienced the Azura force field. The Azura force field was absolute multilevel suppression. Whether it was physical strength, the undulations of organs, the circulation of true essence in the meridians, perception, all of this and more was completely suppressed to the point that it was several tenths less than at peak condition. The weaker one was, the harder this suppression would fall. To extremely weak martial artists, their heart might even stop if they entered this force field and their spiritual sea would collapse. This was also the reason that geniuses would die within the King's Cage. Although the Azura force field was terrifying, it was only for the real world. After entering the world of will, the Azura force field was no longer effective. Now, within the world of will, Lin Ming also felt the absolute suppression of a heavenly demon force field. Lin Ming immediately thought that this might be one of the heavenly demon martial intent's 3 great force fields, the Prime Emperor force field. It was the same as the King's Cage. After completing the entire trial, one could obtain the Prime Emperor force field. But, before that, Lin Ming would have to withstand the suppression of this force field. If he wasn't wrong, then the power of this suppression would only grow stronger. Thinking that he would have to face an Emperor-level powerhouse that had a battle spirit while under the suppression of this force field, Lin Ming immediately felt his own weakness. The disparity was simply too great. No wonder it was said that anyone that passed the Road of Emperor could become a peerless emperor. Within the world of will, Lin Ming's will once again took a human form, with all of the organs of a human, as well as meridians and a dantian. The will body within the world of will was the same as Lin Ming's body in the real world. Now, under the suppression of the Prime Emperor force field, the organs of Lin Ming's will body, the meridians, the dantian, all of this came under a massive pressure, causing his strength to weaken by 50%. When Lin Ming had fought in the world of will, even when he exhausted all of his willpower and approached the point of collapse, there were always points on his will body that he hadn't tempered. But now that he was placed under this pervasive pressure, Lin Ming could merely stand still and he would still feel every inch of his soul resisting the Prime Emperor force field, thoroughly exercising him. The Azura force field aims at the real world and the Prime Emperor force field aims at the will world. Both of these force fields are like twins that complement each other. Truly, this heavenly demon martial intent is wonderfully unique. Lin Ming praised in his heart. But at this time he couldn't spare another thought, because right in front of him, his next enemy had already appeared. This was the will body of an emperor-level powerhouse. Although his opponent hadn't yet condensed a battle spirit, they still once had a cultivation of a 3-star demon emperor. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Prime Emperor force field, then Lin Ming might have had a low chance of winning. But now, the chance of success approached 0. No miracle happened. Within 3 moves, there was an explosive sound as Lin Ming's will body was smashed apart. In the next moment, he withdrew from the world of will, his entire body covered in a cold sweat. It was too painful. In these 3 months, Lin Ming had consumed 60 to 70% of Yang Kai and Kai Yang's soul recovery medicines. If it wasn't for the fact that he would obtain pure soul energy to nourish his will after extinguishing an emperor will, then Lin Ming would have already collapsed. These medicines, I should use them sparingly. Lin Ming swallowed down half of a soul-restoring pill and also pulled out a top-grade blood demon crystal, immediately going into meditation. Not only did he not feel fear facing the Prime Emperor force field, but he was instead filled with a brilliant fighting spirit. The Prime Emperor force field was able to temper the will body. It was the best whetting stone to help form his battle spirit. Time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed since Lin Ming entered the Road of Emperor. Outside of the blood slaughter steps, the eruption of the eternal demon abyss continued unabated. The scope and magnitude of the vibrations had weakened by a great deal now. Now, there would usually only be a large-scale vibration at the sky-split towers every 2 or 3 days. If this continued, then it was estimated that the eruption of the eternal demon abyss would completely finish in another 3 months. Afterward, there would be a stable period of 2 or 3 months. One could enter the massive eternal demon abyss and explore the most infamous death zone of the holy demon continent. From high lords to the peak talents among the challengers, everyone was preparing for this journey into the eternal demon abyss. I heard that the high lords of all the sky-split towers are planning to explore the area 1,200 miles from the edge. Within the Heavenly Cloud Tower, several top-ranked martial artists of the 3rd floor were discussing the journey into the eternal demon abyss. The 1,000 miles around the immediate edge of the eternal demon abyss was an absolute death zone. Even a bird would find it impossible to cross. There was no point in desiring or wishing for this region. Anyone who entered would die, not even high lords were exceptions. But a distance of 1,000 to 1,200 miles was a red danger zone. This chances of dying here were relatively high, but the harvests were correspondingly rich. 1,200 miles? Amazing, those people are too bold. These people are really dreaming big, they would even risk their lives like this. Even the direct descendants of holy lands like Xuanyu, Duanmu Kun, Lan Xin, and famous High Lords like Polaris Tower's High Lord Bloodfire, Whitestone Tower's High Lord Three Eyes, all of them are planning to enter this area. There's nothing more to say about it. Without risk, it's only possible to live a mediocre life. The road of a martial artist was paved with layers of obstacles and dangers. Even a top emperor-level talent was no exception. If they turned timid in their adventures and hesitated to grasp every lucky chance they could, then the halo of their emperor-level talent would slowly fade away until they ended up only being able to become a high-stage life destruction master, never being able to take that final step. Yes, there's also that Polaris Tower's Lin Ming. That fellow is simply a monstrous freak. He's a titled Azura. For the last 10,000 years there have only been 30 to 40 titled asuras, even with all 12 sky-split towers combined. I wonder whether or not he will enter that 1,200-mile region. He should be entering it. I heard that he already entered the Road of Emperor. When he comes out, I have no idea just how strong he'll be. I wonder how he compares to Heavenly Cloud Tower's Duanmu Kun. Lin Ming entered the Road of Emperor and Duanmu Kun also entered the Road of Emperor. So have Exquisite Towers Lan Xin, Five Color Towers Zhuanyu, Great Axe Towers Heisha, and also other famous talents. All of them have entered the Road of Emperor. Each and every one of them are monstrous geniuses. I have no idea who will have the greatest improvements after coming out. As the two martial artists were talking, a sound-transmitting talisman lit in front of them, appearing especially bright in the dark hall. Oh! Great Axe Towers Heisha just came out. His cultivation has risen from a 1-star Demon King to a 2-star Demon King. That is just his cultivation too. I wonder how much his moves and concepts have improved by. This Road of Emperor is even better for improving one's moves and concept. The martial artist who spoke was obviously filled with envy. The Sky-Split Towers gathered all the peak killing path talents of the entire Holy Demon continent. It could be said that there were more geniuses there than dogs in the world. Cultivation was not the only factor in one's combat prowess, but it was an important factor. A 2-star Demon King was a bit abnormal. Much less, Heisha's concepts and moves had most likely improved too. It was hard to imagine just how terrifyingly high his combat strength had risen to. Before Heisha entered Sky-Split Tower he was already a bit better than the weakest High Lord. After coming out, he can probably fight on par with an upper-middle ranked High Lord. Normally, a High Lord's talent was far less than that of a peak challenger talent. It was because the peak talents nearly all originated from Holy Lands, so they never desired or planned on staying in Sky-Split Tower and becoming High Lords. Only those with ordinary backgrounds that were also willing to submit themselves to the Blood Slaughter Steppes' supreme rulers could become a High Lord. Thus, as long as these Holy Land descendants stayed for long enough, their strength would sooner or later surpass the High Lords. This is too incredible. The last 10 years of the Blood Slaughter Steppes challengers have talents that far surpass the past generations. Even Paulari's Tower's Fengshen is said to have entered the Road of Emperor. The sect behind him should have paid no small price for this. The martial artists of the Blood Slaughter Steppes were all looking forwards to a few months from now when all these peak talents would begin exiting one at a time. That would truly be a blooming moment for all of these geniuses. As for the Eternal Demon Abyss, that would be the true test for all of these individuals. At that time, who was a true dragon, who was a fake, all of these would be made brutally clear. 4 months passed, and then in the blink of an eye, the 5th month passed too. Fengshen exited. And then Lan Xin also exited. These peerless proud sons and daughters of heavens, each of them had scarily prodigious backgrounds. Fengshen's background ranked slightly worse amongst them, but he was still from a holy land. Facing this group of characters, the high-level personnel of the Blood Slaughter Steppes naturally didn't dare to do anything to them. Now when they returned to Sky-Split Tower, their strength would surpass a great number of High Lords. It would become increasingly difficult for the Blood Slaughter Steppes to control them. However, these various holy lands weren't unreasonable. After this journey into the Eternal Demon Abyss, they would all have their respective descendants leave the Blood Slaughter Steppes. At this time, when these Holy Land descendants left, those challengers who had talent a level lower than them and had also pledged their allegiance to Sky-Split Tower would become new High Lords, replacing all those that died within the Eternal Demon Abyss. In this way, this generation of challengers would be considered finished. Then, the Blood Slaughter Steppes would welcome a new generation of young heroic elites, starting the cycle anew once again. 5 months later, on the 160th day, besides Duanmu Kun and Lin Ming, every other challenger had made their exit. Their cultivation had significantly improved. And in comparison to their relative cultivation, their comprehensive combat strength rose even more. All of these martial artists burned with a brilliant fighting spirit. They all impatiently desired to go to the Eternal Demon Abyss to prove themselves. Normally, all of these top geniuses had great pride and belief in themselves. After entering the Road of Emperor, They all believed they had perceived the greatest profound and mystical principles from within, and that their increased strength was also the greatest. They earnestly wanted to compete with other young heroic elites and see just who had obtained the greatest benefits from the road of emperor. This could be considered the proof of talent. For those martial artists that wished to, they really did compete with each other. Their combat strength had truly risen, and this was mainly reflected in their moves, comprehension of concepts, and cultivation. Without doubt, when these individuals were given the choice to take two different paths within the road of emperor, all of them had stepped onto the path of emperor stone tablets instead of the path of will lights. Even Duanmu Kun was the same. Within Heavenly Cloud Tower's road of emperor, Duanmu Kun gasped, his face pale and his body shaking with weakness. He took out a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. After meditating for some time, some color was finally restored to his complexion. My road of emperor has also reached the limit. Duanmu Kun let out a long breath, shaking his head. He realized that this was the furthest he would be able to go. Chapter 622, Forming a Battle Spirit. Chapter 622, Forming a Battle Spirit. This is the 21st stone tablet. I've stayed here for a full month and 10 days and only just managed to break past it. Recalling the experience of these last 40 days, Duanmu Kun felt a lingering fear. These stone tablets were not as simple as they seemed. Once anyone touched upon them with their perception, they would have to withstand the terrifying impact force from the stone tablets. Let alone comprehending the mysteries within these stone tablets, touching their perception on these stone tablets could grievously injure them. Walking all the way down, of the 20 stone tablets he had passed through earlier, the pressure would increase with every one. The first 10 stone tablets weren't anything, he had easily passed those. For the 10 after that, the difficult had risen by a great margin, but Duanmu Kun had still been able to just barely cope with that. After the 20th, the 21st stone tablet was the true terror. Duanmu Kun had spent a total of 40 days on this single stone tablet alone. Persisting until he had broken this last stone tablet, it was already the limit that Duanmu Kun could withstand. As he looked at all the Emperor stone tablets that lay in front of him, Duanmu Kun could only sigh in frustration. The disparity was just too great. Just the 21st stone tablet had caused him to exhaust every last ounce of his potential. The difficulty of those stone tablets ahead could be imagined. Actually, Duanmu Kun didn't even know how many stone tablets were in front of him. The road of emperor. After completing this road, one would become a peerless emperor. This was certainly not a lie. Moreover, those emperor-level powerhouses that were born from the road of emperor were surely not the ordinary kind, but those existences that peered down from the very pinnacle of strength. There's no limit in this world. No matter how strong you are, there is always someone higher. I thought that my talent far surpassed every other heroic young elite of the blood slaughter steppes, but I never that I would be pressured by a mere Lin Ming. If I was compared to those talents from ancient times, I would be even more pathetic. Duanmu Kun shook his head in self-deprecation. This road of emperor was most likely constructed for those young talents of ancient times to gain experience. What he had seen was only the tip of the iceberg, and yet he had reached his limits. Just how strong could those young heroic elites of ancient times have been? I should leave now. After being in the road of emperor for 160 days, the increase of my strength has been immense. I wonder how I did compared to Lin Ming. Besides Lin Ming, Duanmu Kun was recognized as the #1 talent of the blood slaughter steppes. His background was that of the quasi-6th grade sect, the Divine Wood Holy Land. He himself was a Fae, and his understandings of laws had reached an extremely high degree. His perception was incomparably monstrous, and with his young age, he had already thoroughly studied his Divine Wood Holy Land's core cultivation methods. The Fae had a naturally superior compatibility with laws than humans, and in addition to being personally directed and taught by the 3-star Fae Emperor, the highest elder of the Divine Wood Holy Land, Duanmu Kun's attainments in the concepts of space and time were very high. In terms of the concepts of water and wood, he was also satisfactory. In the comprehension of concepts, he was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Duanmu Kun thought that even if his overall talents were inferior to Lin Ming's, that didn't mean he was weaker. After all, he was a bit older. Moreover, ignoring other aspects of talent, just in terms of the comprehension of laws, Duanmu Kun felt he was above Lin Ming. And in this Road of Emperor, it specifically tested one's perception and comprehension of laws. The stronger one was in these aspects, the more truths and mysteries they would be able to grasp from these Emperor stone tablets. Towards the 21st stone tablet, even with Duanmu Kun's understanding of laws and concepts, he had already exhausted everything he had. He very much wanted to know just how far Lin Ming had gone. Lin Ming, I wonder which stone tablet you've managed to reach. If you haven't reached 20, then I will truly be disappointed. After leaving Skysplit Tower, I will be looking forwards to a match with you. Duanmu Kun thought aloud, his eyes flashing with a vivid fighting spirit. The average person would have thought that it was sad to be born in the same era as a monstrous genius, but Duanmu Kun didn't think so. If he sat alone on the highest peak with nothing but his own desolate solitude, then that would only be an immeasurably chilly position, and he would be doing nothing more than wasting his own potential. On the other hand, if he had a rival, then both of them could try to surpass the other and they could both make great strides of progress beside each other. This was the self-confidence that belonged to a true top talent. After being in the Road of Emperor for 161 days, Duanmu Kun finally left. Duanmu Kun's exit caused a great stir within Heavenly Cloud Tower. Even the nearby Skysplit Towers were made aware of this news. A rumor was passed on that after Duanmu Kun left the Road of Emperor, his every action would cause the power of space around him to be restlessly aroused. This was an extremely high boundary that would only occur when one's understandings of laws reached a terrifying level. Like an order being followed once given, this was a similar truth. Duanmu Kun was far away from reaching this sort of boundary, but it was still enough to scare everyone. The current Duanmu Kun gave off an unfathomably deep feeling. At this point, of all the geniuses that had entered the Road of Emperor, the only one that hadn't yet come out was Lin Ming. This made everyone especially want to know just what sorts of improvements Lin Ming had made within the Road of Emperor. In the world of will, a dazzling flame flashed past. Lin Ming had become one with his spear, and he was like a meteor as he passed through the will body of an Emperor-level powerhouse. Bang! The will body shattered into pieces, becoming countless streams of light that slowly flowed into Lin Ming's body. A feeling like a spring breeze spread to every corner of Lin Ming's body. I've been in the Road of Emperor for 5 months and finally managed to adapt to the suppression of the Prime Emperor martial intent. Lin Ming withdrew from the world of will and swallowed a soul recovery pill. At this time, all of the top-grade soul recovery pills had been eaten by him. Now whenever he withdrew from the world of will, he could only take medium-grade and high-grade soul recovery pills to revitalize his soul. Luckily, every time that he destroyed the will body of an Emperor-level powerhouse, a wisp of their will would remain and flow into him, a pure power of soul that was able to repair the damage done to his will body. Otherwise, there would probably have been hidden wounds left behind in Lin Ming's spiritual sea already. Looking at the endless will lights that extended to the far distance in front of him, Lin Ming took out a top-grade blood demon crystal and began to meditate again. For 5 months, he had spent this entire time fighting. He had to regularly suffer the soul-tearing pain of having his will body ruined. This sort of excruciating pain was even more insufferable than physical bodily pain, much less that he had endured it for 5 months so far. These past days, I still haven't been able to form my own battle spirit, but because I've been using so many top-grade blood demon crystals, my cultivation has risen to a half-step revolving core. Because Lin Ming's foundation was completely solid, he almost wouldn't have a bottleneck from the Xiantian realm to revolving core realm. Moreover, top-grade blood demon crystals were originally excellent for making breakthroughs through bottlenecks, so his cultivation had constantly been rising throughout this time. As for his battle spirit, he still hadn't formed one, but Lin Ming could feel a dim and hazy mist gathering above his spiritual sea. This was pure willpower. Every time his willpower increased through battle, this mist would become richer and thicker. After another 40-some days passed, Lin Ming had already been in the Road of Emperor for an entire 200 days. During these 200 days, the pressure of the Prime Emperor force field constantly grew heavier, but the growth of Lin Ming's willpower was even quicker. This allowed him to adapt to the massive pressure within the world of will. The mist within his spiritual sea became increasingly thick, to the point that it nearly turned into droplets. Cha. A beaming bolt of lightning cut through the world of will, completely crushing an emperor will and turning it into the pure power of soul. Finally, I've defeated the will body of a 3-star emperor-level powerhouse. Lin Ming fell to his knees, using the purple comet spear to prop himself up. From his head to his toes, there wasn't a single place that wasn't a mess. His left shoulder was nearly completely ruined, his chest was stained red, blood gushing out of it, and his organs were in chaos. If this was the real world, in this situation he would have long ago lost any and all combat strength. Lin Ming had been fighting this 3-star emperor-level powerhouse's will body for a full 10 days, and today, he had finally defeated it. A pure energy flowed into Lin Ming's body, quickly repairing his broken body. This sort of restoration brought along a wonderful feeling with it. The pure power of soul was like a quiet drizzle of rain falling down on him, making him feel happy and comfortable. Lin Ming immersed himself in this comfortable and wonderful feeling for an unknown time. Suddenly, there was a pain between his eyebrows, as if all the strength of his body was rushing to that single point, able to erupt at any moment. Millimeter, this is. Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. He was surprised to find that the thick mist that hovered over his spiritual sea had suddenly contracted in upon itself. Could this be? Lin Ming suddenly thought of a possibility, a faint sense of incredulity filling his heart. Ha ha ha. Boy, congratulations. You've succeeded. Demonshine's jazzy voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Battle spirit? Is this really a battle spirit? Lin Ming was ecstatic with happiness. He stared with wide eye as amazing changes began happening to the thick fog within his spiritual sea. Among these changes, a faint pain of will spread through Lin Ming's mind. However, this sort of pain only made him feel inexplicably excited. Nothing was impossible to those that were willing to try hard enough. Lin Ming had spent almost an entire 7 months, suffering massive pain to his soul to constantly temper his will and mold his battle spirit. And today, he was finally successful. To do this, he had sacrificed his cultivation speed and didn't hesitate to give up perceiving the Emperor Stone tablets. Now, at this moment when his battle spirit formed before his eyes, Lin Ming felt that all of this sacrifice and pain was well worth it. Part of the reason why Lin Ming could form his own battle spirit was his effort, but the majority of it was all because of his incomparably firm will and mindset. Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was originally extremely tough and impervious. In addition to repeatedly swallowing soul fragments from the magic cube and also cultivating the overbearing soul tactic, not only had his willpower strengthened, but after obtaining the samsara martial intent, this had caused a qualitative increase in Lin Ming's willpower. In terms of the force of his will, there was no martial artist at Lin Ming's realm that could compare with him. Similarly, soul attacks were nothing more than a joke in front of him. If it wasn't for Lin Ming originally having such talent of will, then tempering his will would have been useless to begin with. In fact, constantly overdrawing the power of his will would have done nothing but damage his mind. This is a battle spirit. As Lin Ming looked at the skies over his spiritual sea, he could see that the mist there seemed much more pale, and in the center of that swirling mist seemed to be a vague, tiny azure spear. It seemed unreal, obscure, and illusory. This spear was as thin as a chopstick and only half a foot long. The spearhead was the size of a knuckle, and the entire shaft was azure, shining with a cold light. This is my battle spirit. This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen a battle spirit. The memories he had absorbed were very vague concerning battle spirits. As for what they looked like, he didn't know. Demon Shine chuckled, "Hey, that's right. Every battle spirit has a different shape. Some people have battle spirits that are shaped like weapons they often use, for instance, spears, sabers, and swords. There are also some people who have battle spirits that are like the elements they specialize in, such as flames, ice crystals, thunderbolts, and others. There are even some specialized battle spirits, ones that look like beasts, plants, furnaces, and so on. Take good care of your battle spirit and raise it well. Your battle spirit is just like a baby right now, but even so, it is still extremely terrifying. You are truly an abnormal freak. You formed your own battle spirit and you haven't even reached the revolving core realm yet. I have no idea just how terrifying you will be when this battle spirit grows up. Chapter 623, Exit. Chapter 623, Exit. Within the black darkness, a cold light flashed. A low-grade Earthstep treasure sword was tossed into the air where it was slowly spinning around. But at this moment, the treasure sword spinning in the air began to tremble. The air around it spun into a sharp vortex, causing even the space to tremble. With a shrill grinding noise, the Earthstep treasure sword actually exploded in the air, turning into countless shards of metal. After being twisted apart in this vortex, the metal fragments began to follow the flow of wind, causing the vortex to shine with a keen light. With a faint howling, space itself seemed to be torn apart. If a martial artist were to be placed with this sharp vortex, they would have long been grinded into a meat patty. This is the striking power of a battle spirit. Within the world of will, a battle spirit was the most terrifying weapon. But in the real world, a battle spirit actually couldn't be used to directly attack, it had to be attached to some material object. A moment ago, Lin Ming had attached the battle spirit to the air, causing a sharp vortex that had twisted the Earthstep treasure to pieces. Attaching a battle spirit to the air wasn't considered a strong use of it. The strongest use of a battle spirit was when it was attached to a treasure and used in techniques. Lin Ming hoped to find a rival to battle so that he could see just how far his battle spirit could go. I wonder how much my strength has increased by, Lin Ming thought out loud as he stopped spurring his battle spirit, causing the metal fragments to immediately fall to the floor. After comprehending your own battle spirit, your defensive ability, true essence thickness, and speed, none of those have increased by too much. But your striking power has absolutely risen by an astronomical degree. Even though your battle spirit is only in its elementary form, it is still terrifying. When it grows in the future, you won't even need to move. Just send out your battle spirit and it will be able to kill others without them even seeing. Afterwards, when your battle spirit reaches the large success stage, you can even have it attached to your armor to enhance your defense. In short, as you grow stronger, this battle spirit will becoming an increasingly important aspect of your strength. This is also the reason that when martial artists are at the same cultivation boundary, the martial artist that is stronger in their world of will is much more respected and feared. This is because their capacity for growth is greater. Now, you've comprehended your own battle spirit before you've even reached revolving core. The room for your growth is limitless. Demon Shine sighed, truly envious of Lin Ming's lucky chance. I wonder if I'm a match for High Lord Limitless Demon now. Lin Ming had been on the road of Emperor for more than half a year now. His cultivation and techniques hadn't increased by much, but his striking power had leapt up because of the formation of his battle spirit. Now, if he faced High Lord Limitless Demon, he still wasn't too sure of his chances. However, even if he could deal with High Lord Limitless Demon as he was now, Lin Ming wouldn't have went against him at this moment. He still wanted to borrow High Lord Limitless Demon's name in order to enter the Eternal Demon Abyss. It was far too early to kill High Lord Limitless Demon. It shouldn't be too long until the Eternal Demon Abyss opens. I don't have enough time to make a breakthrough to the revolving core realm. With the time I have left, it's much better for me to use it to sharpen my battle spirit. Lin Ming continued towards the next will light. If he wasn't able to test the power of this battle spirit in the real world, then he could test it out in the world of will. After entering into the world of will once again, Lin Ming felt something completely different. He felt that his body and surroundings had become remarkably real, with almost no difference from the real world. His perception had become incomparably acute, and strength filled his body. His speed, his thick true essence, his comprehension of laws, everything had come back. In front of him was the will body of an emperor-level powerhouse. This figure was completely wrapped in a layer of black fog, impossible to clearly see. Kill. A thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming hadn't even moved, but an incomparably sharp spear actually appeared in front of him, piercing towards the figure's heart. Blood sprayed out and the will body slowly faded away, turning into a pure energy that flowed into Lin Ming's body, vitalizing his will. This is visualization. Lin Ming remembered that feeling just now. As Lin Ming had said, in the world of will, he was God. He could create any weapon, vicious beast, or if he was strong enough, he could even form a god beast. And these forms he visualized, these weapons and vicious beasts, they could become the most dangerous and deadly of tools. The difference in the world of will between those that have a battle spirit and those that don't is simply too great. Before I formed my battle spirit, I would have to suffer several grievous wounds and risk myself in order to destroy an emperor-level powerhouse's will body. But now, after I formed my battle spirit, I can actually instantly kill them. In truth, what Lin Ming had destroyed was not the true will of an emperor, but rather a similar emperor will formed from energy that the Road of Emperor created based on its memories of these ancient emperors. These energy forms had their own attack power, but they were naturally inferior to the true will of an emperor-level powerhouse. Otherwise, even if Lin Ming had comprehended a battle spirit, it would still have been impossibly difficult for him to win. Next, Lin Ming continued sweeping his way through. With a battle spirit, these emperor wills that didn't have a battle spirit were completely outmatched. In such battles, the elementary form of Lin Ming's battle spirit within his spiritual sea constantly solidified, continuously growing. Feeling his battle spirit growing stronger, Lin Ming eagerly awaited fighting in the real world. He wanted to see just how much his strength had increased by. On this day, as Lin Ming stepped into a new world of will, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure fall on him, causing all the blood in his body to come to a standstill even as it swelled up in his chest. Looking up, Lin Ming could see a blurry face in the skies, looking illusory and cloudy. "Junior, you are not my match. Stop here, and return." A voice echoed out from the endless horizon, reverberating in Lin Ming's ear like a thunderclap. Lin Ming was shocked as he heard this voice. Before now, he had already destroyed the will bodies of dozens of emperor-level powerhouses, but none of them had ever spoken. Because of this, Lin Ming had subconsciously come to believe that these will bodies were nothing more than dead objects or simulations conjured up by the Road of Emperor. Otherwise, if top talents destroyed so many emperor wills when they came in, then these emperor wills should have already been used up. In this world of will, could there really be a true wisp of remnant soul from an emperor-level powerhouse? This thought just formed in Lin Ming's mind when an overwhelming pressure came crashing down on him from above, causing his body to shatter into pieces. In the next moment, Lin Ming had withdrawn from the world of will, his body streaming with a cold sweat. The disparity was too great. From the last will world to this one, the difficulty had soared up by countless times. This is an emperor-level powerhouse that had formed his own battle spirit. He might even have left a wisp of his consciousness inside the will light. I am absolutely not his match. The difference just now was like the difference between the mud and clouds. It was so great that Lin Ming couldn't even summon the thought of resistance before he was destroyed. Had he reached his limit? Lin Ming looked at the will lights that stretched far off into the distance and shook his head. He still had such a long way that he hadn't yet traveled, but he had already reached his limit. He wasn't even close. "Boy, are you still not happy enough?" Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine jumped out and grouchily said, "The Road of Will lights far surpasses the stone tablets in terms of difficulty, but now you've even crossed through a good half of it. What more do you want? You're just a half-step revolving core boy. If you so easily crossed the Road of Emperor, then what good would it be?" The Road of Emperor not only included the Road of Will lights but also other sections. But currently, Lin Ming had chosen the Road of Will lights. If he entered the Road of Emperor next time, then this would be where he would continue from. Before he finished walking this road, it was impossible for him to step onto the Road of Emperor stone tablets. Thus, there was no more point in staying here. This is the end so far. Lin Ming took a deep breath. It was about time for him to exit. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming had stayed within the Road of Emperor for 7 months now. Unconsciously, his birthday had passed yet again. After leaving the Road of Emperor, Lin Ming was now 20 years old. This time, the eruptions of the eternal demon abyss had died down. In another 2 months, the energies would stabilize and the 12 sky-split towers would open the entrance to the eternal demon abyss. At this time, all of the outstanding young elites and high lords would be able to enter the eternal demon abyss to seek their own lucky chances. When Lin Ming exited, it naturally aroused a great amount of interest. To them, Lin Ming would be a powerful competitor. The eternal demon abyss was a land of death. Since ancient times, countless heroic young elites and extraordinary high lords would perish here. Some would die from the danger zones of the entral demon abyss, and some would die at the hands of other martial artists. In fact, this second reason was one of the major reasons for death in the eternal demon abyss. Within the eternal demon abyss, there were lucky chances abound, but there were also no rules. Killing someone and stealing their wealth was common, especially in the new era after an eruption of the eternal demon abyss when there were even more lucky chances and treasures to be found. Before entering, many martial artists were already cleaning their murder weapons. To martial artists that walked the killing path, such an environment was sure to be a frigid and bloody battle. However, those martial artists that qualified to enter the eternal demon abyss were either peerless geniuses or high lords, all of them hardened veterans. Despite how powerful one was, facing such a great group of tigers, one had to be careful, otherwise it was possible to end up being the one killed instead. So, investigating the information of other people that would enter was also one of the necessary preparations for entering the eternal demon abyss. Lan Xin, Duanmu Kun, Blackstone, and other top talents were naturally the focus of these investigations. As for High Lord Bloodfire, High Lord Three Eyes, and those like them, they had been High Lords for a long time, so there was no need to mention them. But as for Lin Ming, as a rising star that had killed High Lord Hian, he too was the focus of attention. Before Lin Ming entered the Road of Emperor, he had strength equal to an upper-middle High Lord of Paulari's Tower. After leaving the Road of Emperor, he probably has strength equal to Paulari's Tower's top 3 High Lord. Within Heavenly Cloud Tower, the dozen or so High Lords had their minions researching their competitors' strength in order to prepare themselves for the eternal demon abyss. Naturally, they mentioned Lin Ming. Another High Lord said, of the 12 Skysplit Towers, Paulari's Tower's High Lords are only in the lower middle ranks. But, our Heavenly Cloud Tower's High Lords are overall ranked number 1. Lin Ming is strong, but if he were placed in our Heavenly Cloud Tower group then he wouldn't be so exaggerated. Lin Ming is a powerful competitor of ours, but we don't need to especially fear him. I wonder how that Duanmu Kun and Lan Xin would compare with him. Especially that Duanmu Kun. I heard that his strength wasn't necessarily any worse than Lin Ming's to begin with. After entering the Road of Emperor, his cultivation rose, not to mention his comprehension of laws. His harvest in there was certainly great. As these martial artists were speaking, a sound-transmitting talisman suddenly lit in the main hall. As the leader of these High Lords heard the news, a strange look suddenly crossed his face. Chapter 624, Entering the Eternal Demon Abyss. Chapter 624, Entering the Eternal Demon Abyss. What happened? The others asked as they noticed the strange expression on the High Lord's face, puzzled by what it meant. Lin Ming exited the Road of Emperor. He finally came out. That fellow went in for 7 whole months. The Road of Emperor was different from the King's Cage. If one wasn't strong, then it was impossible to stay within the King's Cage for a long time. But, the Road of Emperor was different. If one wanted to, they could procrastinate inside for a long time, thus, the time stayed within didn't correspond to one's strength. But, what I find strange is that Lin Ming didn't break through to the revolving core realm. The leader of the High Lord frowned, a bit skeptical. What? 7 months and he still hasn't broken through to revolving core? All of the martial artists were surprised upon hearing this. Immediately, joy flooded their expressions. To them, Lin Ming not breaking through to revolving core was wonderful news. To a top talent, revolving core wasn't a great bottleneck, it was just a matter of time before breaking through, let alone after entering the Road of Emperor where it was easy to increase one's strength. Lin Ming had been in the Road of Emperor for 7 months. After such a long time, they had thought that Lin Ming would have broken through to revolving core. None of them imagined that he would still be stranded at a half-step revolving core. Every great boundary of the essence gathering system was divided into 4 smaller boundaries. These were early, middle, late, and extreme. From extreme Xiantian to half-step revolving core wasn't even a small boundary. Half-step revolving core, in truth, was just the peak of extreme Xiantian. After Lin Ming entered the Road of Emperor, his cultivation only rose by half a small boundary. Compared to Lan Xin, Duanmu Kun, and the other geniuses, he had been completely overshadowed. How could this be? A martial artist said with an inconceivable look. He was already accustomed to the fact that Lin Ming would create miracles. Now that Lin Ming had such a poor performance, it really did feel weird. Hey, this isn't too strange. He either met a bottleneck of some kind, or else his perception was poor and he couldn't understand the Emperor Stone Tablet. An imp martial artist chuckled. He was Heavenly Cloud Tower's High Lord Black Ash. Amongst the 16 High Lords of Heavenly Cloud Tower, High Lord Black Ash only ranked 9th. He hadn't been too confident that he would be able to deal with Lin Ming once he reached the Revolving Core realm. After all, a martial artist going from Xiantian to Revolving Core was a tremendous leap. But now that he heard that Lin Ming hadn't broken through to Revolving Core, he was immediately filled with confidence again. Don't be careless. Lin Ming's perception is absolutely not bad, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to comprehend the concepts of space and time. Who knows just what that fellow was messing around with in the Road of Emperor? The head High Lord said, doubtful. Brother Cloud Demon, you are far too cautious. Your strength can be ranked in Heavenly Cloud Tower's top 5, why would you care so much about a junior? It's true that Lin Ming is talented, but he's far too young. Half-step Revolving Core, humph. During this adventure into the Eternal Demon Abyss, he had better not run into us, because if he does, hey. High Lord Black Ash maliciously smiled, not bothering to hide his killing intent. Lin Ming's name could be said to resound like thunder within Paulari's Tower, but in Heavenly Cloud Tower, his reputation was far less astonishing. Whenever stories were passed on, there were bound to be exaggerations. The overall strength of Paulari's Tower's 12 High Lords was also much worse than that of Heavenly Cloud Tower's. High Lord Cloud Demon hesitated for a moment, not speaking anymore. Whether or not Lin Ming had obtained any other benefits within the Road of Emperor, the truth was that he still hadn't broken through to Revolving Core. Good, we'll stop talking about Lin Ming for now. We will move on to another powerhouse that needs our attention more, High Lord Three Eyes. Mentioning High Lord Three Eyes, even the arrogant High Lord Black Ash's smile faded away. High Lord Three Eyes had been famous for a very long time. He wasn't someone that a junior like Lin Ming could compare to. Paulari's Tower, Tower Master's Grand Hall. In a dimly lit hall, the black-cloaked Paulari's Tower Master was sitting back in an obsidian chair, frowning as he looked at Lin Ming in front of him. Beside Lin Ming were several other High Lords of Paulari's Tower. They were all members that would be entering the Eternal Demon Abyss this time. Before Lin Ming had left the Road of Emperor, there were countless rumors circulating about Paulari's Tower concerning just how much Lin Ming's strength would have grown. Some people believed that Lin Ming, after exiting the Road of Emperor, would have a comprehensive combat strength equal to Paulari's Tower's top 3 High Lords, that he might even be able to equally battle with High Lord Bloodfire. However, the truth was that after returning to Skysplit Tower, Lin Ming's cultivation had only risen by half a small boundary. This was unexpected for everyone. This was far too poor a result. Even if his comprehension of laws had risen some, there was no reason for his cultivation to have increased so little. If this had happened to someone else, then this could be barely acceptable. But Lin Ming was a titled Azura, a pinnacle-level talent. After staying in the king's cage, his strength had risen to a horrifying degree. Then, after entering the Road of Emperor, which was even more terrifying than the king's cage, how could his strength not have risen even more? Lin Ming, what did you experience in the Road of Emperor that delayed you for so long? How come I feel that your strength hasn't risen by much? The Tower Master asked after a period of silence. This time, in allowing Lin Ming to enter the Road of Emperor, he had also freed Lin Ming from the order of not breaking through to the next realm. All of this was in order to prepare Lin Ming to break through to the Revolving Core realm. If Lin Ming broke through to the Revolving Core realm, then the slave seal he planted would become unstable, but for this journey into the Eternal Demon Abyss, the Tower Master was willing to risk this danger. But he hadn't expected that Lin Ming would laze around in the Road of Emperor for 7 months and only be at a half-step Revolving Core. Lin Ming bowed and expressionlessly said, most of the time I spent in the Road of Emperor was for perceiving the Emperor stone tablets. I also made some further comprehension in laws, but besides that, I didn't have any special experiences. Millimeter. The Tower Master didn't suspect that Lin Ming would be lying. He had planted his slave seal in Lin Ming's spiritual sea and could still clearly feel it. With the slave seal in place, it was impossible for Lin Ming to lie to him. 7 months perceiving the Emperor stone tablets, and yet you've only obtained such little improvement. Even when Kai Yang entered the Road of Emperor, his results were far more than this. Lin Ming's perception should be far superior to his, otherwise how could he possibly have comprehended the concepts of space and time? Did I damage Lin Ming's perception when I planted the slave seal in him? Arguably, a slave seal shouldn't injure a martial artist's soul. Someone with a slave seal planted within them, besides being absolutely obedient to Polaris Tower's Tower Master, shouldn't have any other differences. However, the mind and soul were two of the most difficult existences to decipher. Perhaps this slave seal really had damaged his perception somehow. You may leave now. The Tower Master waved his hand. Yes. Lin Ming faintly answered before excusing himself. Sir Chief High Lord, when Fengshen entered the Road of Emperor, his cultivation rose from an early 1-star Fey King to a 2-star Fey King, and his total combat strength also rose by a great deal. When I saw him 1 month ago, I could clearly feel the faint power of laws emanating from him. I estimate that Fengshen already has strength equal to our Polaris Tower's top 5 ranked High Lords. After Lin Ming left, another High Lord in the hall reported on Fengshen's results from the Road of Emperor. Fengshen was a Holy Land descendant after all. He was completely incomparably with Yang Kai and Moha. Before entering the Road of Emperor, Fengshen only had strength comparably to the lowest ranked High Lords, but now, he had strength equal to the 4th or 5th ranked High Lord. This was a terrifying rate of progress. The High Lord continued to say, if we change Fengshen's cultivation to that of a human's, then it would be the same as rising from the early revolving core to the peak of the middle revolving core. In 5 months, Fengshen's cultivation has risen by 1.5 small boundaries in the revolving core realm. But, Lin Ming used 7 months to rise by just half a small boundary in the Xiantian realm. The difference between these two is far too great. It truly is difficult to understand. Another High Lord followed. His meaning was that Lin Ming's performance had really hit rock bottom. It was difficult to imagine that this situation would happen to a titled Azura. There are some geniuses that suddenly exhaust all their potential. It isn't too surprising. In a corner of the hall, High Lord Shengong spoke. He didn't have any great grudge with Lin Ming, but because of the matter concerning Xing Tian and High Lord Hian, if Lin Ming ran into bad luck, then High Lord Shengong would definitely be among those cheering. In the seat of the Chief High Lord, the Tower Master was silent throughout. 7 months for just a small half-boundary, and in the Xiantian realm too. To an Emperor-level talent, this was something they could accomplish even without entering the Road of Emperor. Some could say that Lin Ming was lying somehow or had even intentionally failed, but there was no reason for him to do so. First, because he had a slave seal planted within him, and second, because it was impossible. If his perception was really affected by my slave seal, then this Lin Ming's value has truly dropped. If I can't raise him, then there's no point wasting one of my limited slave seals on him. I might as well give up on him. This time, I'll let him enter into the 1,200-mile danger zone and have him seek some lucky chances for me. This can be considered a good enough use for trash. If he can find something, then that would be for the best. If he can't find anything, then he has no right to continue any further. He can fend for himself from then on. As the Tower Master was thinking this, he stood up and dourly said, there is still 2 months until the Eternal Demon Abyss opens. Everyone, prepare as much as you can. This is everything for today. As the time of the Eternal Demon Abyss opening approached, Lin Ming spent most of his time sitting on the stone bed of his practice area, meditating and tempering his will at the same time. It was impossible to use 2 months to break through to the revolving core realm. Since this was how it was, he might as well temper his battle spirit so that he could grow as soon as possible, allowing his striking power to reach the limit. The martial artists of the 12 sky-split towers were also preparing in their respective ways. The weakest of those entering the eternal demon abyss had to be at least at the level of the heavenly demon 7 stars, otherwise, going in was only a suicide wish. With this massive group of powerhouses gathered together, the fierce battles that would occur could be imagined. Like this, time quietly passed, and the day that the eternal demon abyss would open finally arrived. On this day, Lin Ming, as well as all the other martial artists that were entering the eternal demon abyss, gathered on the 4th floor. Besides the 12 High Lords, there was only one of the heavenly demon 7 stars who would enter the eternal demon abyss, Fengshen. Dagu and Zun Ji had eventually chosen not to participate in this excursion. Yang Kai, Moha, and Kai Yang had died. As for the other heavenly demon 7 stars, they had left Sky Split Tower, leaving Fengshen as the only one remaining. Thus, for Polaris Tower, there would be a total of 13 individuals entering the eternal demon abyss. The Polaris Tower Master brought everyone to a transmission array on the 4th floor. With a flash of light, everyone arrived at another space. The Polaris Tower Master glanced over everyone and slowly said, "This is the 5th floor of Sky Split Tower. The entrance to the eternal demon abyss is here." 5th floor. Lin Ming gasped. He already knew that Polar Sky Split Tower had 5 floors, but as for what was in the 5th floor, that had always been an enigma to him. So, it turned out that this was the entrance to the eternal demon abyss. Chapter 625, A Gathering of Elites. Chapter 625, A Gathering of Elites. The Polaris Tower Master led everyone forwards. The 5th floor was not as high as the first 4 floors, it was only several hundred feet high. As the group walked forwards, it was very quiet. However, there seemed to be a suffocating sense of oppression in the air, forcing the martial artists present to summon energy to resist this pressure. Lin Ming was very familiar with this pressure. This pressure was the heavenly demon force field. It wasn't even just the Azura force field or Prime Emperor force field, but rather a fusion of 2 kinds. Shaw 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 shaw. The lonely and desolate space echoed with the footsteps of the crowd. When they came to the end of a dark corridor, Lin Ming could see that on both sides of the following path were lamps. These lamps had a number of similarities to the lamps that held the will lights in the Road of Emperor. But, these lights had long since gone out, with nothing more than a thick layer of dust covering them. After another half-hour of walking, the Polaris Tower Master finally stopped. In front of him was a large gate with 2 doors. This gate was 100 feet high, and the ancient doors were carved with a number of mystical and cryptic patterns. All of the patterns revolving around the center of the gate were carvings of 12-winged heavenly demons. The heavenly demon carving stared out with its vacant and godless eyes, its 12 wings recklessly spread out, filling the space around it with a feeling of oppression and mystery. "We're here. This is the entrance." The Polaris Tower Master gently grabbed the door handles and said, "Flying is prohibited within Sky Split Tower, and the eternal demon abyss is no different. It is located 100,000 feet deep below us. If flying is impossible, then there simply isn't any way to go down. But, there are some places that are exceptions, such as, here." As the Polaris Tower Master spoke, he suddenly pushed the doors open. As the doors opened, Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air as he saw the scene inside. Behind these doors was a vast and endless night sky, with bright stars shining everywhere. It was impossible to tell whether these dazzling stars were real or an illusory array formation. "Go in. This is the only channel to fly into the eternal demon abyss. The 12 Sky Split Towers channels are all connected together. Flying to the bottom of this will lead to the true entrance of the eternal demon abyss." After the Polaris Tower Master spoke, he took the lead and flew into the vast starry sky, his figure instantly disappearing. Soon, he was followed by High Lord Kai Yang and High Lord Shengong. Lin Ming was the 5th to jump in. After entering this endless starry space, he suddenly felt a terrifyingly rich infernal energy rush at him. As he went down, the temperature became increasingly low and the infernal energy became increasingly thick. Lin Ming didn't use true essence to fly, but completely allowed the force of gravity to pull him down. His speed quickly rose to hundreds of feet per second, and as air whistled in his ears, the infernal energy was becoming thick to the point where it almost condensed into essence. The eternal demon abyss was over 100,000 deep underground. In addition, Polar Skysplit Tower was originally 60,000 to 70,000 feet above the ground. This meant that the drop down was nearly 200,000 feet, or more than 100 miles. This was a breathtaking number. After falling down for a long time, Lin Ming felt the several high lords in front of him begin to slow down. He followed them, using the concept of wind to decelerate his speed. At this depth, the cold air seemed to pierce into the marrow. With every breath, icy crystals would immediately form. If a mortal were to be placed in this environment, they would directly freeze to death. The further down it was, the colder it became. At this time, the Polaris Tower Master stopped in midair and started to move in a different direction. Everyone turned to follow him. Lin Ming casually flew on. The entire space around him was utter darkness without the slightest sound, nothing but an utterly deathly silence. Raising his head and looking at the skies, he could see stars hanging high in the air. For there to be a vast starry sky underground was truly unbelievable, and yet it was impossible to tell whether this was real or an illusion. The Polaris Tower Master wasn't fast. In just around an hour, they finally fell onto an open space. In this open area, there was a large number of people gathered, all of them either consciously or unconsciously releasing a heart-stopping aura. Without a doubt, they were all top masters of Skysplit Tower, either High Lords of Heavenly Demon 7 stars. The majority of those present were High Lords with a small number of Heavenly Demon 7 stars. Of those Heavenly Demon 7 stars, all of them were top-ranked challengers of their Skysplit Towers. If this were a usual journey into the Eternal Demon Abyss, there wouldn't be so many masters gathered together. But, this time just happened to coincide with an eruption of the Eternal Demon Abyss, so the situation had completely changed. Even the Tower Masters of the various Skysplit Towers wouldn't miss out on this chance. High risk also meant high returns. Lin Ming, in front of us are those from Heavenly Cloud Tower and Blue Silver Tower. Both of those Skysplit Towers are stronger than ours. Our Polaris Tower's total strength could only rank 8th or 9th out of the 12 Skysplit Towers. As for that Heavenly Cloud Tower, they are ranked number 1. Blue Silver Tower can also be ranked in the top 5. As Lin Ming just touched the ground, he heard High Lord Bloodfire's true essence sound transmission in his ear. After High Lord Bloodfire was controlled by the Polaris Tower Master, he was completely loyal and devoted to him. As for Lin Ming, who was faking being controlled, High Lord Bloodfire regarded him as a companion with complete trust. I see. Are there any among them who are stronger than Brother Bloodfire? Lin Ming casually asked. During this trip into the Eternal Demon Abyss, everyone was a possible enemy. It was necessary to know as much about his potential opponents as possible. Of course there are. Those two fellows from Heavenly Cloud Tower, Cloud Demon and Hidden Cloud, are both stronger than me. But there might even be several more than are similar to me. In addition, Heavenly Cloud Tower's Duanmu Kun is not a High Lord, but his strength is actually more terrifying than most High Lords. Duanmu Kun's background is that of a super holy land. Before he first entered the Road of Emperor, his strength surpassed Feng Shun by a large margin. Now that has he re-entered the Road of Emperor yet again, I fear that his strength might be no less than mine. Lin Ming was no stranger to Duanmu Kun's name. With High Lord Bloodfire's description, Lin Ming couldn't help but size up Duanmu Kun. This fellow was slender with an otherworldly handsome appearance. Just by standing there, he seemed to give off a heavenly bright and breezy energy like the fresh spring wind. His face was like jade, his temperament, appearance, strength, everything he had was truly irreproachable. As Lin Ming looked at him, Duanmu Kun also seemed to sense something. Duanmu turned towards Lin Ming and faintly smiled. Lin Ming respectfully nodded in return. In the casual exchange between Duanmu Kun and Lin Ming, many people finally noticed Lin Ming. Lin Ming was a human. In this crowd of giant demons, fae, Goliaths, and imps, a human martial artist was very eye-catching. In addition to his age and cultivation, his status was easily known. to be able to stay in the king's cage for a full 108 days. This point alone made Lin Ming well known throughout the entire Bloodslaughter steppes. His Lin Ming. Yes, that should be right. He hasn't broken through to the revolving core realm. How strange. To a pinnacle emperor-level talent, from Xiantian to revolving core, even without going into the road of emperor, it would only take 1 or 2 years to make this breakthrough. Lin Ming had been in the road of emperor for 7 months, but he had only risen by half a small boundary. None of this made sense to anyone. Let's test him out. An imp martial artist began to move towards Lin Ming as he spoke. He was Heavenly Cloud Tower's High Lord Black Ash. As he moved, he was preparing to use his aura to suppress Lin Ming in order to force out a bit of his true ability and see the depth of his strength. Don't stir up trouble. High Lord Cloud Demon blocked Black Ash, frowning. Black Ash, what are you doing? Once you enter the Eternal Demon Abyss, everyone will be your enemy. If you randomly offend someone before even entering, at that time you might find yourself surrounded by enemies from all sides and have them kick you when you're down. Even if Lin Ming didn't make a breakthrough in the road of Emperor, he still isn't someone that can be easily bullied by you. High Lord Cloud Demon occupied an impressive status within Heavenly Cloud Tower. Black Ash had no choice but to give up his antics. But Black Ash still disapproved of this. Heavenly Cloud Tower's overall strength was number 1 amongst all 12 Skysplit Towers. He always felt that Cloud Demon was far too careful. As time passed, martial artists from several other Skysplit Towers began to arrive. They were 5 Color Tower, White Stone Tower, Great Axe Tower, and in addition to Blue Silver Tower, Heavenly Cloud Tower, and Polaris Tower, this was 6 Skysplit Towers. These 6 Skysplit Towers were located closer to each other, so they had assembled at the southern tip of the Eternal Demon Abyss. The other 6 Skysplit Towers had gone to the northern tip of the Eternal Demon Abyss. These 12 Skysplit Towers formed a circle, and the Eternal Demon Abyss was in the center of this. After everyone from the 6 Skysplit Towers completely arrived, a black-robed old man stood up and said, "Everyone, I will now announce the rules for entering the Eternal Demon Abyss." The sudden appearance of this old man caught Lin Ming's attention. This old man's cultivation was a 3-star Demon King, which was equal to a human late revolving core powerhouse, and perhaps even just a bit better. Within the Bloodslaughter steppes, there was nearly no one with a life-destruction cultivation. This was because once one stepped into the life-destruction realm, or a cultivation similar to that, they might fall under the mystical curse that stemmed from the depths of the Bloodslaughter steppes. The higher stage of life-destruction one was, the higher their chances of being cursed. I am the supervisory deacon from Bloodslaughter Divine Temple. I am responsible this time for opening the Eternal Demon Abyss. Although mostly everyone here is familiar with the rules, I shall repeat them again. 1,000 miles from the edge of the Eternal Demon Abyss is an absolute null life zone. Everyone who enters past here will die. In addition, from 1,000 miles from the edge to 10,000 miles outwards are the surroundings of the Eternal Demon Abyss. There are lucky chances everywhere here, but also fatal dangers abound. What you find will all depend on your own lucky chances. The deeper you go, the greater your lucky chances will be. In principle, after entering the Eternal Demon Abyss, killing is forbidden. But there will always be those unscrupulous and dangerous individuals. If anyone were to encounter this situation, then killing in self-defense is also reasonable. As the old man spoke to here, Lin Ming was left speechless. Any defense was reasonable. This was nice to hear, but in fact, the truth was that killing within would happen without restraint from anywhere and anyone. If a martial artist died within the Eternal Demon Abyss, it would be impossible to determine just how they died. However, there is a point you should remember. If you kill others within the Eternal Demon Abyss, you can still obtain their infernal energy to nourish your heavenly demon tattoo. According to the rules of Skysplit Tower, a middle 10-winged heavenly demon is the limit. If you surpass this limit, then this old man will have no choice but to use certain methods to disperse some of the infernal energy from your body. These methods will not cause any lasting damage to you, but I ask that you be mindful of this. As the old man spoke, Lin Ming suddenly became aware. So that's how it was. He had always wondered why so many High Lords had heavenly demon tattoos at the middle 10-winged stage. Before this, he had thought it was strange. Normally, after a martial artist became a High Lord, they wouldn't further participate in the life and death battles of the blood slaughter steps, so just where would their infernal energy come from? From the early 10 wings to middle 10 wings, one needed quite a bit of infernal energy. This was the same as killing 2 or 3 High Lords. If someone only killed 8-winged heavenly demons, then the infernal energy acquired wouldn't help the tattoo grow by much. That said, it wasn't like an 8-winged heavenly demon was a random amateur that could be chopped up either. Chapter 626, The Door in Space. Chapter 626, The Door in Space. These High Lords' middle 10-winged heavenly demon tattoos were originally condensed within the eternal demon abyss, but I remember that the Polaris Tower Master already has a peak 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo. How come that old man hasn't dispersed his infernal energy yet? Lin Ming could faintly feel that the Polaris Tower Master's identity wasn't so simple. As Lin Ming was thinking about the Polaris Tower Master, the Polaris Tower Master's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, this time entering the eternal demon abyss. You will go into the 1,200-mile periphery to seek lucky chances for me. Understood. Go into the 1,200-mile area to seek lucky chances for you. This was a land where the chances of dying were extremely high. After entering, he would also have to risk his life and desperately battle with others, and this fellow wanted Lin Ming to struggle for him. Lin Ming sneered. He began to agree, I understand, but, in the range of 1,200 miles there are many dangers abound. I wonder whether Tower Master has a jade slip map or something similar so that I don't enter a danger zone by mistake. Hearing Lin Ming ask this, the Polaris Tower Master hesitated. The 12 Skysplit Towers had many maps about the eternal demon abyss, but the truth was that the vast majority of these maps had problems and omissions. After all, every time the eternal demon abyss erupted, there would be great changes concerning the locations and kind of danger zones that there were. However, the Polaris Tower Master had a relatively accurate map. This map was created through many years and the sacrifice of countless lives who had explored the area. It was extremely valuable. The reason that the Polaris Tower Master could obtain this map was all because his father was the ruler of the blood slaughter steps as well as the only 12-winged heavenly demon. There were only a few copies of this map. He hadn't intended on giving it to Lin Ming because he feared that Lin Ming would die within the eternal demon abyss and the map would be revealed to others. If those Holy Land descendants were to obtain this map, then it would be much easier for them to find and obtain resources from the eternal demon abyss in the future. This was certainly a scenario that the Polaris Tower Master didn't wish to see. After a brief hesitation, the Polaris Tower Master said, Lin Ming, I truly have one copy of such a map, but you cannot ever reveal this map. If you meet a fatal danger within the eternal demon abyss and are close to death, you must first destroy this map. Am I clear? I am clear. Lin Ming expressionlessly said. This Polaris Tower Master relied on the slave seal he thought he had planted within Lin Ming and didn't even try to dress up his words. He directly told him to destroy the map before he died. The Polaris Tower Master touched his hand atop Lin Ming's palm and with a gentle wipe, inserting a jade slip into Lin Ming's spatial ring. With a quick sweep with his sense, Lin Ming determined that this truly was a map of the eternal demon abyss. If you are prepared, then I shall open the array formation. Everyone is limited to 6 months within the eternal demon abyss. If you do not emerge after 6 months, then you will have to stay in the eternal demon abyss until the next time the array formation opens. But, since ancient times, if a martial artist did not come out before 6 months, they would completely vanish with no one ever knowing where they went. In this half year, everyone please keep this in mind. As the old man finished speaking, he took out 3 black glass beads from his spatial ring and began to arrange them on the floor. Lin Ming discovered that not too far from the open area he was standing in, there were small grooves in the floor that these black glass beads were inserted into, perfectly matching them. Lin Ming was very familiar with these black glass beads. They were demon god bones. After the 3 demon god bones were inserted into the floor, the earth suddenly began to shake. Not too far away, The space in front of everyone began to distort. A moment later, space itself seemed to melt away as a spatial door suddenly opened within the void. Behind this spatial gate was a grey space. This strange world was filled with an endless mist. In the next instant, Lin Ming felt like an esoteric gate opened wide in front of him. A boundless, ancient, and pure death energy surged out from this space, extremely shocking and oppressive to the heart. So it's this place. I've come here before. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Oh, you've come here before? Lin Ming was startled but immediately calmed down. The Demon Emperor had been through the Road of Emperor, so it wasn't strange if he had gone to the Eternal Demon Abyss too. Do you remember any dangerous zones inside? I remember a little, but not too much. It was my big brother who followed Master here. According to my big brother's memories, Master stayed here for 20-some years. 20-some years? Lin Ming was stunned. Wasn't it said that those that don't come out in half a year never emerge again? How could the Demon Emperor actually stay here for 20-some years? Demon Shine chortled and then shook his doggy head, saying, in the past, Master was a 12-winged heavenly demon. He had already broken through the Emperor boundary several hundred years before. After experiencing a deep and painful bottleneck, he only then returned to the Eternal Demon Abyss, exploring this land for 20-some years. Naturally, he's not someone you juniors can compare with. The so-called 1,000-mile absolute death danger zone around the Eternal Demon Abyss is only applicable to you juniors. He broke through the Emperor boundary before returning to the Eternal Demon Abyss. Lin Ming suddenly became aware. Normally speaking, after the change to the Blood Slaughter steps, there were very few Emperor-level powerhouses that came to the Eternal Demon Abyss. This was because only 12-winged Heavenly Demon Emperor-level powerhouses could step into the Blood Slaughter steps without dying to the strange curse that permeated the land. Thus, in the vast majority of situations, those martial artists that entered the Eternal Demon Abyss were extraordinary young elites. As for the six-fingered Sin Fei, Demon Emperor, and other such supreme elders, they became 12-winged heavenly demons in the Skysplit Towers before returning to the Eternal Demon Abyss as Emperor-level powerhouses. With their strength, as long as they didn't directly enter the Eternal Demon Abyss, they could still explore along the edges of the Eternal Demon Abyss with relative ease. After the spatial gate fully opened, the old man responsible for opening the Eternal Demon Abyss said, "Now we shall begin dividing the teams. Every Skysplit Tower will send 1 or 2 people to form a 10-man squad. A supervisory deacon from the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple will lead that group 1,500 miles from the edge of the Eternal Demon Abyss. Afterwards, the supervisory deacon will return on the route he came from. At that point, whether you wish to return or continue forwards will all be up to you. First, it will be my squad. Who will go with me?" As the old man spoke, Lin Ming was startled for a moment. Using a squad as a forward unit. If every Skysplit Tower sent out 1 or 2 people, then they would be able to mutually supervise each other. Then, at least at the very beginning, the killings wouldn't start. And with a supervisory deacon at the start, that also stopped some martial artists from trying to secretly become a 12-winged heavenly demon. The 6 Skysplit Towers each sent out 1 or 2 people, quickly forming a squad of 10. With a word from the old man, everyone set off. They walked through the illusory spatial gate, their forms vanishing into the endless grey fog. "Lin Ming, you and Bloodfire will go with that imp supervisory deacon. He is the most experienced here and can guarantee your safety the most to the 1,500-mile range. Afterwards, you will begin to move alone." The Polaris Tower Master's true essence sound transmission sounded in Lin Ming's ear. "Understood." Lin Ming responded, glancing at the short old imp among the supervisory deacons. The imp looked old to begin with. Lin Ming didn't know how old this fellow was, but he could see that the dark black skin on his face was all scrunched up together. He looked like an old mortal man who had experienced great hardships and suffering in his life. Quickly, the old imp walked out in front of everyone and said, "I am Sada, who would like to go with me?" From Polaris Tower, Lin Ming and High Lord Bloodfire both stepped out. Obviously, High Lord Bloodfire had also received the Polaris Tower Master's orders. "There are still 7 spots. Who would like to come from the other sky-split towers? He, count me in. From the heavenly cloud tower, High Lord Black Ash stepped forwards, grinning as he looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming remembered this fellow. When he arrived, this fellow was eagerly looking at him, not even masking the killing intent in his eyes. Against this sort of self-important loser, Lin Ming was disinclined to even look at him. There are still 6 spots. Sada called out again. Me. With the crisp voice of a woman, Lan Xin from the blue-silver Holy Land stepped out. As Lan Xin stepped out, several young Fey men from Whitestone Tower and Five Color Tower were instantly excited. They scrambled forwards to join the team, and Sada's squad was instantly full. In fact, there was even one more. Lin Ming was left speechless. At this time, there were still some people that had the state of mind to chase after girls. This was just too ridiculous. But as he thought more carefully about it, Lan Xin originated from a holy land, and an upper-ranked holy land at that. Her background even surpassed that of Feng Shen. To other Fey martial artists, if they could ever obtain Lan Xin's heart and marry her, then who cared about love? Resources were much more important. Moreover, all these martial artists that pursued Lan Xin were originally emperor-level talents. Besides their relatively normal backgrounds, they were matched with Lan Xin in other aspects. They all held out on some hope. Although they were far from comparable with Duanmu Kun was an even more outstanding character than Lan Xin, thus it was impossible for him to marry and join his wife's sect, the Blue-Silver Holy Lands. Only Lan Xin could marry and join him, but this was the same as the Blue-Silver Holy Lands letting a future emperor-level powerhouse slip out of their grasp. Naturally, the Blue-Silver Holy Lands would not allow this to happen. On the other hand, if Lan Xin chose one of her pursuers, then it was likely that the Blue-Silver Holy Land would gain another emperor-level powerhouse in the future. Between the two choices, the better one was clear at a glance. The young outstanding Fae of Skysplit Tower had all calculated this point, thus they all tried to woo Lan Xin so that they would have to struggle for a few hundred years less. Lin Ming quickly realized the reason behind all this. In fact, this scene could be described as quite reasonable. There's one too many, Sada said, frowning. Hey, this brother, could you help me out here? And the slowest Fey martial artist to scramble out gave Lin Ming a friendly smile, hoping that Lin Ming could drop out and give him his spot. Lin Ming thought this was funny. He had never met this fellow, so on what basis would he give up his spot to him? You talk too much. Sada grew a bit angry. He pointed at the Fey youth and said, according to order, you will step out. The words were like a cold bucket of water directly poured over the flames of the Fey youth's hope, extinguishing them. The Fey youth felt wronged, but he didn't speak out. Lin Ming could see that 4 or 5 of these Fey youth were Heavenly Demon 7 stars and not High Lords. Some of them might even have pledged themselves to the High Lords and become their dogs. After all, their talent was decent and they were young. All of them were generally below 30 years of age. In terms of strength and experience, these people are far inferior to the High Lords. If I'm in the same squad as these fellows, it's actually much better than being in a squad with High Lords, Lin Ming thought as he traced his chin. Actually, it seemed that he needed to thank Lan Xin. Let's go. Sada brought everyone and stepped into the spatial gate. Lin Ming followed, and his form quickly disappeared into the hazy dark fog. Chapter 627, Evil Being. Chapter 627, Evil Being. 10,000 miles around the edge of the eternal demon abyss, the infernal energy was so thick that it was nearly concentrated into droplets. In this, Lin Ming could feel the energy within his body being pulled at by this thick infernal energy, as if it were faintly gushing out of him. What an amazingly rich infernal energy. This fog is infernal energy that has condensed and formed into essence. If I could practice demonic realm cultivation methods here, Lin Ming shook his head as he thought of this. When a martial artist cultivated, they would often have to enter into meditative states. In this state, a martial artist's defensive ability would be very low. Doing that within the eternal demon abyss that was filled with all sorts of dangers was simply asking to die. Hey, boy, what do you think? The atmosphere here is great. An annoying voice suddenly called out to Lin Ming. Each syllable was like a needle that jabbed into the ear, causing anyone listening to feel very uncomfortable. Lin Ming turned around to see that the one speaking was High Lord Black Ash. He frowned, not answering. High Lord Black Ash didn't mind. He continued to say, "Boy, I guess that when we're 1,500 miles from the edge, you will continue to go forwards. At that time, how about we go together? We can take care of each other, haha. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Also, it would do you good to stop trying to probe me by attaching your perception to your words." Lin Ming's voice was cold. High Lord Black Ash stiffened. This boy was too sensitive. His method of probing others was extremely secretive. The normal person would only hear a grating voice upon their ears, but Lin Ming had actually instantly seen through his tricks. Sada moved forwards unhurriedly. He closed his eyes and felt the wind, saying, "From here on out, we are 8,500 miles away from the Eternal Demon Abyss's 1,500-mile radius zone. Our travel time by foot will be around 20 days to a month. During this month, you must follow my orders. If we encounter some evil being, you absolutely cannot take the initiative to do anything. You absolutely cannot. Otherwise, this may possibly lead to serious consequences." "Evil being? What evil being, HM?" a Fey youth asked, interested. As someone that qualified to come to the Eternal Demon Abyss, there was naturally no need to mention his strength and talent. He had full and complete confidence in himself. He was wondering whether or not he should be the one to step forwards and save the day if they encountered some danger. Even though he might not be able to be the hero that saved the maiden, he could at least leave a good impression on Lan Xin. To women, even if they were powerhouses, deep down they always wished to be protected. This time, during this journey to the Eternal Demon Abyss, the most important target for him was to capture Lan Xin's attentions and heart. Compared to marrying Lan Xin and joining her blue-silver Holy Land, any lucky chance he found here would simply be garbage. Sada slowly explained, "Around the Eternal Demon Abyss there are many strange and evil beings that breed within the thick infernal energy. These existences are bizarre and enigmatic. No one knows where they originate from, and in normal times, naturally we need not fear them. But there are some evil beings that were projected out during the Eternal Demon Abyss's eruption. If we run into this sort of thing, we must run far, far away. Fighting them is simply suicide." Evil beings that were shot out by the Eternal Demon Abyss? Lin Ming's heart chilled. The Eternal Demon Abyss was without a doubt immeasurably terrifying. A massive claw had come out from that strange hole and killed 12 Emperor-level powerhouses instantly. From that sort of place, even if it were just a dog or cat, that simply wasn't something anyone here could deal with. Although the several Fey youths were proud and arrogant, they weren't stupid. As they heard Sada mention the evil beings of the Eternal Demon Abyss, they kept silence. They were well aware of just useful their skills were here. Good. If there aren't any more questions, then we'll set off. Also, there's one more point. Try to avoid fighting as much as possible, but if you're really forced into a situation, then suppress your strength as far as possible. Only use 30% of your power to fight, do not use 40%, and do not create any surging waves of true essence or demon essence or start stirring up the massive amount of infernal energy within the Eternal Demon Abyss. Understood. Sada's expression and tone were harsh. Seeing the Fey youth from before look a bit unhappy, he said, "This isn't playtime for children." "Hey, you, can you hear me?" "I heard you." The Fey youth revealed an impatient and impetuous expression, perfunctorily nodding, "I am not a child." Sada glared at the Fey youth and said, "Let's go." As one, the group began their journey. The next 8,500 miles around were relatively safe. There basically wasn't any situation where a martial artist would kill others. With someone guiding them, the dangers they encountered were even fewer. Of course, the lucky chances they found in this way were also limited, and with so many people together, it wouldn't be much after being divided so many times, and Skysplit Tower also took a great portion of that. As time passed, the group continued marching forwards. The surrounding environment could be described as gloomy, filled with a vast, endlessly hazy fog. Fortunately, They could use the stars in the sky as their guide so they didn't lose direction. The ground was covered with bumpy red rocks. Occasionally, one could see broken stone tablets scattered about. The writing and seals on these stone tablets had long since blurred after so many tens or hundreds of thousands of years. These boring days of travel happened without complaint for 1 or 2 days, but after a dozen days or so, many people began to feel impatient. During these days, they hadn't even seen a hair of these so-called evil beings, much less a lucky chance. Sometimes, it was far too boring. Some of them were even looking forwards to one of these evil beings appearing so that it could alleviate their boredom. I say that we can go fast. Here, there's nothing else but fog and rocks. We only walk several hundred miles per day. The heavens only know how long it will take us to cross 8,500 miles. If I could fly, it would only take several hours. What sort of evil are you even thinking about? We've walked for so long and haven't even seen anything at all. To cross hundreds of miles in a day was something that even well-trained mortal soldiers were unable to accomplish. But in front of these outstanding heroic youths, this sort of speed was a pace as slow as a snail's crawl. Sada suddenly stopped, his head spinning around towards the Fey youth like a tiger, his ice-cold eyes causing the Fey youth to pause. The dangers of eternal demon abyss are not as simple as you think they are. You should already be glad that you can arrive there safely without danger, so shut your damn trap. Once we arrive within 1,500 miles of the eternal demon abyss, my role is over. You can do whatever you like then. Even if you jump into the eternal demon abyss itself, it is something I don't care about. The Fey youth also began to grow angry. How interesting. Why do we need you to guide us? Why do you so-called supervisory deacons need to go with us? Isn't it to monitor us? Are you afraid that we'll find some lucky chance, or are you afraid that we'll kill each other and become 12-winged heavenly demons? The Fey youth's tone was aggressive. With you leading the way, who knows whether or not you're quietly pocketing everything along the way? If we really run into danger, you might be the first to run while leaving us behind. We are looking for lucky chances here, not running about as your bodyguards, acting as cannon fodder when you need it. Sada's expression sunk to the floor. If you aren't willing to go with me, then *CK off. Humph. Who is afraid of you? Let's go. Come on everyone. The Fey youth shouted out to several martial artists. However, no one responded to him. Following this, Sada was truly the same as giving up on lucky chances, but the goal of most people here was to reach the 1,500-mile radius zone. In this outer 8,500-mile radius, there basically weren't any lucky chances, so giving up on them was fine too. Lin Ming was indifferent to all this. As they traveled these past days, he had always been practicing his breathing. Although he hadn't been able to calm his heart and mind because of the brisk pace they were making, the infernal energy here was surpassingly rich. It was the ideal condition for practicing the great desolate halberd art. This total practice speed wasn't much slower than practicing in closed-door meditation. In order to guarantee that he would have the most solid foundation, Lin Ming estimated that he would have to practice for half a year to break through to revolving core. If he meditated on those stone tablets in the Road of Emperor, it might have taken just a few months. But, unfortunately, the path Lin Ming had chosen was to continue down the Road of Will Lights, thus he had to continue down that path, giving up on the Emperor stone tablets. Seeing no one respond to his shouts, the Fey youth's complexion immediately became ugly. He didn't care much about face, and was really ready to walk away at any time. In truth, he didn't fear venturing off by himself. But, once he did, he wouldn't have any further chances with Lan Xin. The Fey youth had hopped on the tiger and couldn't back down now. As he glanced at Lan Xin, he saw that she was controlling her breathing, simply not even caring about him at all. The mindsets of these outstanding young talents were mostly that of arrogance and easy to anger. With his stubbornness even in this awkward situation, the youth was about to spit out several vicious words before leaving, when at this time, a change occurred. Not too far away, there was a wailing cry. This sound was absolutely not that of a human. It was like some vicious beast was screeching out while having glass shards crammed in its throat. It was grating to the extreme. What is that? Everyone immediately tensed up, taking out their weapons. Sada extracted a crescent sickle. his entire body on full alert. He quickly said in a low voice, "Without my order, do not act rashly." With another miserable scream, a grey shadow jumped up from not too far away, rushing towards the group like an arrow. The Fey youth who had been blabbering on would be the one to bear the brunt of this attack. "Don't be nervous. This is only..." Sadders hadn't even finished his words when that angry Fey youth gave a sudden shout and stabbed out with his sword. "Go die." A deep blue sword light pierced through the vast skies. The grey shadow was directly penetrated with this sword light. Space trembled, strong winds howled. The rich infernal energy all around them was cut in half, swept away. This sword was a strike for the Fey youth to vent his anger. This Fey youth had been able to come to the eternal demon abyss and was also a top-ranking character amongst the heavenly demon 7 stars. He had reached large success in his comprehension of the concept of wind, and had even touched upon the concept of space. A strike with all his power behind it could be imagined. Sadder's eyes instantly turned red. "Do you want to kill us? I told you not to use your full strength and create true essence waves, and also not to stir the infernal energy here. You *CK off." The Fey youth violently interrupted Sadder. "I do not serve you, so why the hell would I care about what you want? Also, you fellows as well. You've been bullied by the blood-slaughter divine temple to the point that you're willing to submit yourself to all these garbage conditions. I've never been so angered by such a useless bunch before." Although the Fey youth wanted to marry Lan Xin and enter her blue-silver holy land, doing so was easier said than done. That being the case, he might as well leave in a cool and awesome manner, making it so that his thoughts were smooth. Even with all his grievances expressed, even the group of people that wouldn't follow him weren't saying anything. He felt nothing but incomparably free and comfortable. But at this time, everyone's expressions around him began to change. Lan Xin pointed at the Fey youth's legs, her complexion paling as she said, Your leg." Chapter 628, Bloody Lands. Chapter 628, Bloody Lands. "My leg. What's wrong with my leg?" the Fey youth suddenly asked, jerking his head down. As he saw what had happened, a ringing panic settled in his mind. At some point, without him knowing, on both his legs his flesh had started to rot into pus and blood, leaving behind only bloody foot bones to support him on the ground. The pus and blood silently passed down. When it was absorbed by the dark grey ground, the ground became an incomparably crimson red. "Aye!" The Fey youth let out a frightened cry, his body falling backwards and directly onto the ground. But, as soon as his hands touched the ground, even those parts started to rot. His flesh turned gooey, soon changing into liquid pus and blood. His hand and wrist bones were quickly revealed, dripping with thick vicious blood. "No, no!" The Fey youth was completely horrified. He waved his hands and feet in front of him as if there were something terrible there. However, his flesh was turning completely rotten. With every inch he crawled back, he left massive amounts of broken meat hanging on the rocks under him. His thighs, but everything began to turn into thick bloody goo, a hideous stench emitting from it. "Save me! Save me!" The Fey youth finally remembered Sadder. He put out a pleading hand towards Sadder, but Sadder actually took 2 steps back. His face was full of alarm as he shouted, "No one approach him." In truth, Sadder didn't need to give out this warning. Nobody dared to approach. In fact, everyone was spreading out from the Fey youth. "Catcher!" The Fey youth's legs cracked open, the bones crumbling apart like slag. Every other bone became similarly brittle, with just a slight bump, they would break apart. It was like thousands of years of bodily decay had been compressed into several breaths of time. The Fey youth's eyes began to sink back their sockets, his hair growing long and pure white. In just 2 breaths of time, his hair had withered into dry hay, his face becoming as wretched as the bark of an old tree. He stretched out his left arm in one final attempt, as if he were trying to grasp something. As a low and despairing moan emanated from his throat, in the end, everything he did was useless. Then, as his arm shattered to pieces, the Fey youth's entire body turned into a gooey puddle of blood in front of everyone's horrified eyes, with even his organs turning into rotten bloody syrup. Then, the bloody goo was absorbed into the dark grey ground, the bones left turning into ash. Another moment later, all that was left of the Fey youth was a small pile of red ashes. Besides that, it was as if he had never existed. Those present were completely shocked. Even Lin Ming, who had an incomparably firm will and mindset, felt a chill spread out from his back, directly shooting towards the heavens. These martial artists had all walked the killing path. Never mind seeing the dying, but everyone here had killed at least hundreds of people, if not more. But, seeing someone die in this manner before their eyes was truly appalling. Even Sada, a veteran of the eternal demon abyss, gulped a mouthful of saliva, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. In the incomparably strange and bizarre eternal demon abyss, there were a plethora of various ways to die. But, this was the first time that he had seen a way like this. Nobody spoke. Everyone maintained full vigilance, keeping a careful eye on their surroundings. Lin Ming traced his spatial ring, his breath caught in his throat. He had originally thought that the danger of the eternal demon abyss came from the evil beings that lived here, and fighting with these evil beings would cause martial artists to perish. But he never thought that death could arrive in this manner. He had helplessly watched as a martial artist rapidly decayed in front of him without even his bones left, but he still hadn't had any idea where this evil being was or what it had done. The scariest thing in this world was the unknown. Martial artists did not fear ghosts or gods. The so-called ghosts were merely those that practiced ghostly cultivation methods, and those so-called gods were nothing more than exceedingly powerful martial artists. But right now, everyone felt as if they had returned to being a mortal that was wading through the dark, frightened by the supernatural creatures of the night. They had only gone 5,000 miles or so towards the eternal demon abyss, so how could something so bizarre happen here? Sir Sada, what is this? High Lord Bloodfire asked with a true essence sound transmission. Of everyone here, he was the only one who had entered the eternal demon abyss before. 10 years ago, he had been one of the heavenly demon 7 stars with a strength similar to Yang Kai at that time. The eternal demon abyss hadn't erupted, and he hadn't gone as deep into the eternal demon abyss as others. Still, he had never seen such a scene like this. I'm ashamed to say it, but this is the first time that I've encountered something like this. That grey shadow just now, from my experience, should have only been a demonic ash fly that was condensed from infernal energy, with a cultivation of only a few hundred years, just a minor creature. But I never imagined something like this would happen. I think that the true essence storm just now must have aroused some ancient evil being from its deep slumber. Sada didn't dare to speak out loud, instead using a true essence sound transmission to inform everyone. A deeply sleeping evil being? Could this be an evil being that was shot out by the eternal demon abyss eruption? Thinking of this, everyone felt their backs go cold. No matter how confident they were, no one was confident enough to believe they could contend with an evil being that originated from deep within the eternal demon abyss. Especially this sort of invisible evil being. The death was inexplicable, shocking, alarming. There was no one who could even summon the courage to resist it. Demon Shine, what's going on here? Lin Ming could only ask Demon Shine. Demon Shine had followed the Demon Emperor to enter the eternal demon abyss and stayed there for 20-some years. The Demon Emperor had even gone within the 1,000-mile death zone radius around the eternal demon abyss. He could only hope that Demon Shine might have some inkling as to just what was happening. Demon Shine tried hard to recall the sealed memories within him. After a quarter-hour of silence, he said, "It was my big brother who accompanied Master to enter the eternal demon abyss. I haven't inherited too many of my big brother's memories, so for this kind of situation, I can only make an approximate guess. I think that there was possibly some ancient powerhouse buried here who practiced blood demon cultivation techniques, or there might possibly be some sort of extremely dangerous vicious beast that was sealed below. Regardless of what it is, when they were still alive, I fear that they were an existence that not even the Emperor-level powerhouses of this holy demon continent could deal with, but, after they died and had been buried for tens or hundreds of thousands of years, they turned into a demon god bone, and not a normal one at that." Lin Ming had already heard Dagu say that there were different ranks of demon god bones. The demon god bones that the High Lords of Skysplit Tower had were only the most ordinary and inferior kind. Demon Shine continued speaking. If demon god bones are divided into human, earth, and heaven steps, then that demon god bone you have now is only a human step 1. Within Skysplit Tower, a human step demon god bone is already extremely rare. I think that even the Polaris Tower Master doesn't have an earth step demon god bone. As for the even higher ranking heaven step demon god bone, I estimate that not even the ruler of the Bloodslaughter steps has seen one. This sort of object probably has an inborn intelligence. Even if a martial artist has a lucky chance, unless they have a great destiny before their bodies, it is impossible to obtain it. I have no idea just what sort of demon god bone was bred within this ancient powerhouse's tomb underneath us, but you had best forget about it. This is a dangerous and ominous place. The faster we leave, the better. Lin Ming didn't need Demonshine's warning to know that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew and try to dig out the buried bones of this ancient supreme elder or extreme vicious beast. Otherwise, he really would think that he had already lived too long. Everyone stood motionless for a full hour, on absolute guard. The fog gradually enveloped them and the light dimmed, but nothing happened. Was it over? Everyone's bodies were wet with sweat. They had a faint, gladdening feeling that they were survivors of a catastrophe. But before leaving this unhallowed grounds, no one dared to relax even a bit. Let's retreat first. Everyone, do not make any noise. No one needed Sada to tell them not to speak. Everyone was even trying to suppress their breathing as much as possible. I feel that it's becoming more and more dark. The one who spoke was High Lord Black Ash, using a true essence sound transmission to speak. As he spoke, everyone discovered that the thick fog around them was becoming increasingly concentrated, dense to the point that one could take out a sword and cut through it. The darkness was also becoming increasingly suffocating. By all reasoning, the eternal demon abyss was underground and there was no day or night here. The only light they had was from the vibrant and shining stars from up above, so there shouldn't be a time as dark as this. Sada sensed something. Looking up, he discovered that the starry skies had already disappeared into the vast, endless fog. Shit, without the stars to set our direction, we will become lost if we walk. Should we fly up to get a better sense of direction? Have you forgotten that flying is banned within the eternal demon abyss? Even if flying wasn't suppressed, I wouldn't dare to fly. Flying up is only looking for death. Then what do we do? Where should we go? Everyone was feeling weak at heart. Now that they were covered in this fog, they couldn't walk away, nor could they stay. But at this time, the air filled with a faint fragrance. Then, a dreamlike singing began to waft out. The singing of a woman. To suddenly hear the singing of a woman in this sort of place, everyone's has began to stand on end. This song seemed to come from the distant horizon, bringing with it an inescapable bitterness and utter anguish. As one listened to it, it felt as if their souls were trapped within, a strong sense of lingering and grief remaining in their hearts, telling them not to leave, not to go. Lonely. Lonely. Come down and stay with me. Do not listen to that singing. Seal up your ears with demon essence. Sada's expression suddenly changed, no longer having time to send out more true essence sound transmissions. With a shout, demon essence erupted from his body, forming an enchantment of energy around him, isolating himself from all sound. The sudden eruption of energy shoved away some of the thick fog. Then, Lin Ming saw an appallingly creepy scene. A young Fey youth was standing there, his shoulders dangling down and empty green eyes glazed over, as if he had fallen under a spell. He started to use his hands to claw his body, and quickly, his body was covered with blood from self-inflicted wounds. The more he clawed at himself, the more brutal and violent he became. The Fey thrust his hands into his body, digging out his blood vessels, organs, completely pulling out everything. He even dug out his own eyes, his entire body flowing with blood. Lin Ming instantly determined that this youth's spiritual sea had fallen into the enemy's hands. He had become a useless zombie that was being manipulated. Lin Ming, front left, break out there. Demonshine's voice hurriedly sounded out, I know what we've met. The front left, as long as you have enough strength you can break out of this cage, otherwise you too will suffer the same fate if you stay. Hearing Demonshine's sudden voice, Lin Ming no longer hesitated. He grabbed the purple comet spear and true essence erupted from his body to the limit. The heretical god force opened completely and the power of the 8 inner hidden gates was also pushed to the extreme. Penetrating rainbow. Spear and man became one. Lin Ming's body was like a meteor as he shot through space and slammed into the front left fog. With a cracking sound, as if something were breaking and tearing apart, the thick black fog there was completely ripped asunder. In an instant, Lin Ming had crossed 10,000 feet and then continued to run straight forwards. Run away together. Sada saw Lin Ming move and shouted out. Chapter 629, Transformed Demon Bone. Chapter 629, Transformed Demon Bone. His whole body bursting with true essence, Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear as thunder flashed on its point. Running at full speed, he was like a war god, unstoppable, overwhelming. Now, the right side, 300 feet, strike with everything you have, break through. Demonshine's voice resounded in Lin Ming's mind once more. Without any hesitation, Lin Ming pulled true essence into the purple comet spear and used penetrating rainbow once more. With another cracking sound, it was like some invisible barrier shattered underneath Lin Ming's spear. In the next instant, he had already run outside of the thick black fog. Everything suddenly slowed down, returning to normal. The fog was a much lighter gray, and he could even see the stars faintly up above. He made it out. Lin Ming let out a long breath, not relaxing his guard. In a single breath he rushed more than 10 miles away before stopped. What was that just now? Lin Ming asked Demonshine. Demonshine hesitated, not too sure, and said, "It should be a demon bloodbone." "What is that?" As Lin Ming asked this, several other people made it out of the hole that Lin Ming had crushed through the dense barrier of fog. After the sudden events just now, they had dropped from 10 to 8 people. Every one of them had frightened expressions, their faces too horrifying. These martial artists that walked the killing path were not afraid of fatal danger zones, otherwise they never would have come to Skysplit Tower to begin with. But that strange feeling just now, that pitiful way of dying, left a lingering feeling within them that made their scalps tingle with fear. This little brother is called Lin Ming, right? The squad leader Sada looked at Lin Ming with some surprise. He hadn't seen that black fog array formation before and had no idea how to break through it. It was possible that all of them could have been wiped out within. But suddenly Lin Ming had rushed forwards and even made his way out. Yes. Lin Ming nodded. Little brother Lin, did you see through that danger zone just now and discover how to break through? Sada noticed that when Lin Ming was rushing out he had actually changed directions once. Was this done unconsciously, or did he notice something? After Sada asked this question, Lan Xin also looked at Lin Ming curiously. As for the others, they had a bit of doubt and confusion on their faces. Lin Ming firmly shook his head and said, "I only thought that it was better to die fighting than to wait for death. I just randomly rushed in a direction, but I didn't think I would actually be able to rush out like that." As Lin Ming spoke, Sada revealed an understanding expression. The truth was that he didn't believe Lin Ming had the ability to see through that black fog to begin with. After all, this was the first time that Lin Ming had entered the eternal demon abyss. As for the several other Fey youths, they felt depressed after hearing this. If they had known this earlier then they would have rushed out randomly too. How come they hadn't thought of this? Rush out in a single go and lead everyone out. A hero rescuing a maiden, perhaps they might have been able to capture Lan Xin's heart. But, this great limelight and glory had actually been snatched away by a human boy. A Fey martial artist sourly mumbled, "In this eternal demon abyss, randomly rushing or randomly using moves can easily take a life. The reason that we fell into that dangerous spot just now was all because some other fellow decided to randomly attack." Lin Ming naturally heard the envy in this other youth's voice. Towards this sort of unreasonable and nonsensical jealousy, Lin Ming didn't even want to bother acknowledging it. He and Lan Xin weren't even of the same race. Sada coughed, interrupting the Fey youth's words and said, "No matter what, this time our luck is all thanks to little brother Lin. But later, remember not to be so impulsive. Before anyone acts, make sure you suppress your strength as much as possible and don't make any great movements, lest we disturb any evil being that is sleeping deep underground. All right. We'll take a short break and then set out again. Sada looked at the stars, determining his position once again. Although they had deviated from their original route, it wasn't by too much. Lin Ming didn't bother paying attention to the others. He sunk his consciousness into his spiritual sea and continued to ask Demon Shine, "Demon Shine, what is a blood demon bone?" Demon Shine answered, "A demon god bone is the energy left behind by a supreme elder after they die. After being sealed underground for tens or hundreds of thousands of years, this energy then condenses into a crystal form, usually in the shape of a glass bead. Normally, a demon god bone is only pure energy, the will has already dispersed. But there are sometimes exceptions. For instance, there might be an ancient supreme elder, and because their will is too strong or they practiced some strange cultivation method, their will can pass through all these years without dispersing, only slowly weakening instead. Finally, this will fuse together into the demon god bone, forming a special demon god bone called a blood demon bone. This sort of demon god bone has its own consciousness, and will take the initiative to absorb the blood essence of martial artists to revitalize its damaged soul. If it obtains enough blood essence, it can even cultivate to become a demon." As Demon Shine spoke, Lin Ming sucked in a cold breath of air. This was truly a great world, all sorts of strange things were possible. For a demon god bone to fuse with an emperor will, be born with a consciousness, and then later even cultivate to become a demon. This sort of thinking was unimaginable. However, to use blood essence to revitalize a damaged soul. Lin Ming suddenly paused. The magic cube was also the same. Even Demon Shine had originally wanted to absorb the blood essence of the ancient giant demons. Unfortunately, he had lost it to the magic cube. This increasingly confirmed Lin Ming's guess that within the magic cube, there was some incomparably powerful injured soul that was waiting for blood essence to repair itself. Demon Shine, is this blood demon bone a so-called heaven-step demon god bone? I'm not too sure. It shouldn't be heaven-step, but rather a high-grade earth-step. If you can obtain it, not only will it help you to break through to revolving core sooner, but you can even use it to help raise your battle spirit. A blood demon bone is absolutely a great treasure to temper a battle spirit, Demon Shine said, his voice full of temptation. It doesn't matter how good it is, it's impossible for me to obtain it. I almost lost my life just now. Lin Ming shook his head, a bit regretful. He knew just how far he could push himself. Well, logically speaking, this blood demon bone is not what someone with your cultivation can mess with. But, you have a battle spirit, and that is the greatest weapon you can rely on. Oh! Lin Ming's mind stirred. The greatest difference between a blood demon bone and an ordinary demon god bone is that blood demon bone contains an emperor will. After gaining its own consciousness, it will go out to hunt and kill martial artists of its own initiative, absorbing their blood essence. In a way, it is similar to a spider that is waiting for martial artists to rush into its web. But, the way that a blood demon bone attacks is through a will attack. The two Fey idiots just now were defeated in the world of will by that blood demon bone, that's why they weren't able to summon any resistance at all in the real world. But you are different. You have a battle spirit. You are not like them at all. Lin Ming pondered this for a moment. In the Road of Emperor, he still vividly remembered the massive gap that existed between him and an emperor battle spirit. He couldn't help but ask, my battle spirit is still only in its elementary form. But that ancient powerhouse that left behind the blood demon bone probably reached large success of his battle spirit. I fear that I am far from being its match. Demon Shine shook his doggy head and revealed a smirking satisfied expression that he knew far more than Lin Ming. The ancient powerhouse certainly reached large success in forming its battle spirit, otherwise it would have been impossible for it to leave behind a blood demon bone. But, that ancient supreme elder died far too long ago. It must have been at least tens if not hundreds of thousands of years. Through the span of time, even that powerful will would slowly weaken. This blood demon bone contains that will, but that will already has no relation to the ancient great emperor that died. It is only a blood demon, dependent on swallowing others' blood essence in order to strengthen its consciousness and cultivate to become a true demon. Its true strength isn't any greater than yours, otherwise do you think you would have really been able to break out just now? Demonshine's words caused Lin Ming's heart to move even more. If he could really obtain this blood demon bone for himself, then the advantages were obvious. After breaking through to Revolving Core, he would then have the strength to return to the South Horizon region. The South Horizon region was the place that Lin Ming always worried about. He wished that he could return immediately. How can I find it? Lin Ming asked. Just follow this saint's instructions and you'll be fine, but this saint has a condition, and that is, after obtaining the blood demon bone, I get half. All right. Lin Ming thought for the briefest of moments before agreeing. The blood demon bone was originally a treasure that was closely related to the will. It could even temper a battle spirit. Presumably, it would be very helpful to Demon Shine in repairing his damaged soul. Without Demon Shine, Lin Ming simply wouldn't have dared to capture this blood demon bone, much less that he and Demon Shine also shared a mutually beneficial relationship, with each helping the other obtain what they needed. He had also been helped by Demon Shine many other times, so giving half of this blood demon bone to him was reasonable. Alright, I will now tell you the main points for capturing the blood demon bone. The method for catching the blood demon bone was much simpler than what Lin Ming thought it would be like. After approximately understanding the process, he stood up and then began walking back to the area of the dense block fog. Lin Ming, where are you going? Seeing Lin Ming walking back to that danger zone, Sada felt a creep crawl over his scalp. Lin Ming actually wanted to return there. Lin Ming shook his head and casually lied, when I struck out just then, the power was too great and I ran too fast, dropping a spatial ring there. There are some important things inside, so I have to go back to look for it. Dropped a spatial ring? Wasn't that just too careless right now? Normally, a martial artist would always leave a touch of perception on their spatial ring so they would know as soon as it fell. But in a panicked, frantic situation such as what just happened now, it was possible to drop it in a moment of inattentiveness. However precious those things are in your spatial ring, they are not as precious as your life. A clear voice called out. The one speaking was Lan Xing. In her opinion, if Lin Ming went back then he might not be as lucky as he was escaping. It was possible he could die. High Lord Black Ash stared at Lin Ming as if he were an absolutely klutzy idiot. Several other Fey youths were also looking at Lin Ming with gloating expressions. Most of them thought that if Lin Ming went back now, his chances of living through that danger again would be exceedingly slim. Brother Lin, what is in your spatial ring? If it's resources, then Sir Chief High Lord can recompense you. High Lord Bloodfire said, even as he subsequently used a true essence sound transmission, our main mission this time is to enter the 1,200-mile region to seek lucky chances for Sir Chief High Lord. This is our most important objective. If it's just some personal wealth, then it's better to forget it. Hearing High Lord Bloodfire's true essence sound transmission, Lin Ming truly felt sad for him. This Bloodfire so desperately wanted to go adventuring into danger zones just so he could seek lucky chances for others. Brother Bloodfire, that ring is truly useful to me. There are some weapons, pills, and array flags that greatly relate to my combat strength. Lin Ming lied again. All right. Then you go. Come back as soon as you can. High Lord Bloodfire had no choice but to give up. Lin Ming, we will only wait 1 hour for you. If you can't return before then we will set off regardless. Seeing that Lin Ming was so adamant on going back, this was all Sada could say. Lin Ming nodded. Okay. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,